558-8656. When you are prompted, you'll enter meeting ID 811-2146-6394, followed by the hash or pound sign. Remember, if you're watching online, there is a slight delay, and make sure to call ahead of time. Today, we have a higher than normal call volume, so if you have to wait, you may have to wait for a few minutes before we answer. But we are here and we are taking calls. Thank you very much, and we'll get started.
Thank you, Monica. Welcome, everyone, to the special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. I now call this meeting to order, and I ask you to join with me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'll now call the roll. Supervisor Blondie.
Here.
Supervisor Grenier.
Here.
Supervisor Lewis.
Here.
Supervisor McCartney.
Present.
And I, Supervisor Weiss, are here. We have a quorum. And as everyone knows, this will be a public hearing to consider amending the zoning ordinance to provide for a mixed-use overlay district. So to get this started, we will need a motion to open a public hearing.
So moved.
Do I hear a second? I have a second from Mr. McCartney. Any discussion at this point? I will ask.
Right, sorry, that was actually from me, I think. I don't want to.
Yeah, the second was Dan.
I don't want to get James in trouble.
Sorry, just here. Everyone sounds the same at this point. Before we ask for a comment from the board, Ms. Kirk, do you want to make some announcements at this time to lay some rules and things?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Weiss. As this is a formal hearing on a proposed ordinance, we do have a court reporter available. She will swear each of the witnesses in before they begin to testify. Additionally, in order to smoothly provide for the hearing process, I've spoken with Mr. Harris, who is representing the applicant or petitioner in this matter. He has already submitted 12 exhibits as part of his presentation. Those exhibits are marked Exhibits A1 through A12 and have been provided to be uploaded and available for public view during the hearing. Additionally, in anticipation of tonight's hearing, the ordinance was duly, notice of the hearing was duly published in the Bucks County Courier Times for 2 weeks, the last being August 7th. That proof of publication for this hearing should be marked as Exhibit T1 for Township. Copy of the proposed ordinance was also filed with the Bucks County Law Library as required. A letter from the Law Library confirming receipt of the proposed ordinance should be marked as Exhibit T2. And then Mr. Majewski has provided to me via email notice and confirmation that notice of the hearing as well as a text version of the ordinance was posted at the Township building in its final form starting July 28th. That proof of posting will be Exhibit T3. 2 of the residents have hired counsel, Eric Goldberg of Stark & Stark, in opposition to the proposed ordinance. Mr. Harris and Mr. Goldberg have both spoken and have agreed, which they'll confirm, that any expert being presented at tonight's hearing has been accepted as qualified by each of them, and neither of them are going to question the qualifications in order that we can move smoothly through the hearing. Additionally, the process will be Mr. Harris will be allowed to present his witnesses in support of the application. Mr. Goldberg, who will be part of the Zoom, will then, after the board has done their questioning, be entitled to cross-examine those witnesses. Mr. Goldberg himself has 3 witnesses, I believe, that he would like to present, which will wait until the public comment portion, and he will then provide an offer of proof for each of those witnesses to the board, at which time additional questions can be given. I spoke with the township And we believe that this would be the most appropriate way to move this hearing forward and as smoothly as possible. And if no one else has any questions about the process, I defer back to Mr. Weiss.
So is there any questions about process for this meeting from the board? How about any questions from the witnesses? In that case, I will call the question. All those in favor of beginning this public hearing signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 5-0, this public hearing will start. Mr. Majewski, I'll bring it over to you for presentation of the ordinance, the proposed ordinance.
Present with us today is the petitioner for the initiation of this amendment to our zoning ordinance. Representing them is Stephen Harris, their attorney, along with Vince DeLuca and Bob Dwyer. And I'll turn it over now to Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majewski. I will be presenting initially Vince DeLuca and Bob Dwyer to make a brief presentation of what the eventual project will be in the event that the mixed-use overlay district is adopted by the board. You've seen this a number of times before. My first witness will be John Kennedy, our land planner. John will review the ordinance and specifically the changes in the ordinance that have been made as a result of the input that we've received from initially the Planning Commission and the initial presentation that we had before the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Kennedy will also review the letter that was received from the Bucks County Planning Commission and will comment upon that letter, as well as the recommendation that was received from the Lower Makefield Township Planning Commission. When Mr. Kennedy's testimony is completed, we will have Ken Amy. Ken Amy did a revenue study, which has been previously presented. He'll go over the revenue study with the board. And then finally, Chris Williams, who's our traffic engineer, will go over his traffic review and ultimately the proposed improvements which are part of this project. We have also on our team Bill Reardon of Bowler Engineering, in the event that there are any engineering issues that are raised by anyone. I'm not anticipating that, but we wanted to make sure that we had everyone here that in case the Board of Supervisors has any questions, we'd be prepared to answer them. With that, I would request that Exhibit A1, which is the PowerPoint presentation of the proposed development, be put up on the screen, and I'll ask Mr. DeLuca to go through the initial presentation, and then Mr. Dwyer will have some comments regarding the residential portion of the project.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. If we could put Exhibit A1 up, the slides.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Do I have to be sworn in?
I guess it'll tell you that in a minute.
Shall I swear him in at this time? Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Can we get Exhibit A1 up? Someone? Maybe.
All
I'll bring it up.
There we go.
Thank you. So the board, and I'm sure most of the viewing public has seen this presentation several times already. This is just the opening slide, introducing the partners in the development, which are DeLuca Homes, Envision, which is our partner in the commercial aspect, and then Equus Capital Partners, which Mr. Dwyer represents for the apartment area. So the combined development team is DeLuca, Envision, and Equus. You're looking at a slide here just as an overview of the neighborhood gathering space that's anchored by the barn and the historic house, the two preservation buildings that we're including with the development. If we could switch to the next slide.
I just wanted to let you know your volume is really low. You might need to speak up a little bit.
How's that going? Push it closer, and then you're going to lose us. Okay, I'll speak louder. This is an overview of the development going from left to right. The development faces on Stony Hill Road and abuts the I-295 interstate. The back left-hand corner is the 100,000 square foot Wegmans grocery store. And then the multiple buildings on the lower left-hand side that travel from the north end south to our main entrance. They are multi-tenant buildings for retail uses. In the middle of that area is the neighborhood open space, which has the barn and the historic house that are being preserved and presents an area for the community to have functions and an open area for gathering for community events. Going to the right-hand side are the 200 units of apartments that Mr. Dwyer will speak to in more detail. Next slide, please. This is just a blow-up shot, again, as looking to the neighborhood open space. On the right-hand side, you'll see the Prickett farmhouse that will be preserved. And then going towards the left upper corner is the area where the barn is located and which is slated to be preserved. Also in that area, there are some specimen trees, historic trees that are intended to be preserved, and the open space and features are laid out around those particular trees. Next slide, please. Again, these are just photographs of the buildings that we're talking about, the preservation. The top three slides are the house. The bottom three slides are the barn. Again, we've spoken and been asked several times. The house will probably be some sort of professional office, whether it's a management company, accountant, lawyer, real estate office. That's what our vision is for that. The barn, we've talked to now several entities for proposed restaurant use. Both recent inquiries have involved the aspect of having liquor, which Lower Makefield adopted at the last election. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'll let Mr. Dwyer talk about the apartments.
Over here.
Thank you. The slide.
Could you please raise your right hand?
Oh, for an apartment.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name's Bob Dwyer. The slide that's up on the screen right now is a photograph picture of a project that Equus completed several years back. It's identical from the standpoint of density and quality. The open space and the product is very similar. 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, 100 1 bedroom, 100 two bedroom, and the majority of the folks who have moved into the New Britain project are older adults or younger adults. 75% of the residents are either over 50 or between 21 and 30. So it really draws a demographic that does not generate many school-age children, and The project we had there only had 19 students with 232 units. We're projecting 11 here. The project has got a beautiful clubhouse facility with a pool, indoor and outdoor kitchen, and other amenities that are shown in the plan.
And so insofar as there was some question raised that this kind of a project wouldn't appeal to both older and younger tenants at the same time, your experience has shown that that's not true, that it works very well synergetically. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. We have 3 other projects as well. The one that I mentioned that's on the screen is New Britain, but there's 3 other projects we've done with similar demographics. That's typically what you're going to find in apartments. 1 and 2 bedroom apartments is predominantly older and younger folks, not middle of the middle age groups. 30 to 40 years old, 30 to 50 years old are not prevalent in these communities.
And your experience with the number of school-age children are consistent with the number of school-age children that you're projecting for this project?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions of Mr. DeLuca or Mr. Dwyer. I don't know whether Mr. Goldberg has any questions that he'd like to ask at this point. If he does, or I should say the board first, and Mr. Goldberg second. And when questioning is finished, we'll then move on to Mr. Kennedy.
Any members of the board have questions for Mr. Dwyer or Mr. DeLuca?
Yeah, Fred, I just have a couple quick questions.
Sure, go ahead, James.
Thanks. Mr. Dwyer, real quick, the estimated rents for the 1 bedroom is going to be?
At $1,900.
And the estimated rent for the 2 bedroom?
$2,600.
What kind of vacancy rates are you expecting?
The projects we've built, the vacancy rates are less than 5%.
Less than 5, okay. And I'm sure that you've done your demographic study to see exactly where the population of those occupants are going to be coming from.
Yes, we have. Equus has a company called Madison, which has thousands and thousands of apartments across the country. They have a sophisticated marketing staff, and they've looked at this in great detail over the last now 10 years because we've looked at this property for that opportunity for a long period of time. There's a big demand in this region for more apartments. Lower Makefield has one of the lowest percentages of rental properties in the Bucks County area, in Bucks County, and also the region.
Can you give us a little insight of where those occupants are going to be primarily derived from? What market?
75% of them will come from 44% will be actually based on what we've seen to date will be some folks over 50 years of age, and then 33%, 34% will be in the 20s and early 30s. The rest of them will be 25%.
And not only the age, but I'm saying the geographic area. Do you have any type of data that tells us where the geographic area of these occupants will be?
They'll pull from anywhere up and down 95 into central Jersey and into Bucks. It's a primary location for transportation in and out of New York and Philadelphia. It's a reasonable location from the standpoint of access, and the mixed use component of this project really makes it attractive.
Considering the age group that you're looking at, I guess you're assuming most of the New York and Philadelphia market participants are going to be professionals based on the current market conditions that would be working from home, correct?
Yes, a lot of that.
Okay, that's all I had. Thanks, Fred.
Sure.
Fred, you know? Oh, Fred, you're muted. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. Actually, James, good. I'm going to piggyback off you a little bit because those were good questions. Related to the, excuse me, the rental units, since we are bordered by corporate office parks, are you also considering any, I'll say corporate partnerships for the neighboring offices? For example, for those that might have short-term employees or coming in to work at those offices, to see if you might with any of that.
When Equus owned the corporate center, we had envisioned that. We have not approached the current owners to talk about any of that, but there was certainly that opportunity. There is an opportunity for great benefits at the corporate center. That was I think, testified to earlier by the owner's representative for the corporate center to say that this is going to be a good thing for them. And we do anticipate some connection from those workers in that facility.
Okay. And then thank you. And getting back to the question and the numbers behind school-age children. I understand from previous meetings that you used the Rutgers study that projected 11 or so, if I remember correctly, school-age children for public school that would come out of here. And if I misspeak, please correct me. As sort of a ground truth thing, in that area, I don't know if they're direct comparisons, but have you looked into the numbers, let's say from Polo Run, or I think it's called the Edge down the street, to see how many kids they may have at I don't know if they have the same number of units or not, but just.
Yeah, I was able to get Polo Run's numbers. Polo Run has 248 units, and they had 19 school-age children in 2018, and they had 20 in 2019. So when you look at those numbers compared to ours, those ratios would suggest then that instead of having 11 school-age children in our facility, we'd have closer to 18.
Okay.
We've also, there's been countless studies locally. Montgomery County Planning Commission had a great study that Ken can speak to as well. Ken's our expert on the fiscal side about school-age children. So we're pretty comfortable based on that and the history we have with 1 and 2 bedroom apartments that we're not going to come anywhere near what's been alleged in other reports.
Okay. And that's all I have for now. Thanks, Fred.
Sure.
Any other comments from the board at this time? Questions?
Quick question. The median rents here are approximately 15 and 20% higher than the Philadelphia metro area and 80% higher than the U.S. median rentals rates. Will any of the apartments be held for affordable housing in any way so that others may have a chance to live in the area?
No, they're not. Nothing's set aside. There's no obligation, and the numbers won't work. So no, there's nothing set aside for affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
No other comments? If Mr. Goldberg is on and wants to ask some questions at this time, that'll be fine. Not hearing from Mr. Goldberg at this time?
He's in the room.
Okay.
I'll bring him.
Hello?
Good evening, Mr. Goldberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Eric Goldberg. Thank you very much. And have a couple of questions. Initially, you're talking about the rents being $1,900 for a 1-bedroom and $2,600 for 2-bedroom. Previously, I believe when you testified, it was $2,100. I don't know if something has changed. If so, what and why?
We updated the comparables, and it's exactly comparable to what Polo Run's charging as far as price per square foot. So that's how we developed it.
But the Polo Run rents, I guess maybe they have smaller square footage, but their rents are typically cheaper. I mean, for example, if you go on the internet, you can see a 1-bedroom at Polo Run going for $1,400 to $1,500 and a 2-bedroom for about $1,900.
Yeah, the square footages are different.
Okay. And in terms of people being able to afford these apartments, what is the rent or what is the income that someone will need to afford a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom at this proposed development?
The average income for this community would be in excess of 125. We have enough information from other projects. That's typically what the average income, for instance, of the project in New Britain was $130,000 was the average income of people living there. We expect it to be in excess of 125 here.
But when you do your analysis, I presume that's based on you figure a certain percentage of someone's income will go to rent, which I presume would be what, 17%, 18%?
Not necessarily. We look at the comps and see what the market conditions are. And with the vacancy rates at less than 5% in the region, with the rents going for what they are per square foot, the math is pretty easy.
But typically they would go for about, say, 17 to 20%.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you read about, the average income devoted to living cost of living, et cetera. Yeah. So, but we're 125 and up.
But for someone looking for a 2-bedroom, they would need more than 125. Typically, you're talking about 155, 160.
Yeah, I said in excess of 125. 1 and 2 bedrooms. Obviously, there's different price points and there's different options you can get with those units. But the average income, for instance, of the similar project in New Britain was $130,000. So this will be in excess of 125. Whether it's 128 or 132, it fluctuates every time somebody else moves in. I mean, you have retirees who move in. We looked at a report for one of our other projects, and the average income increased like $12,000 with 2 people moving in.
And you had talked about that roughly a third of the people will be between the ages of 21 to 30 is what you anticipate?
Right. That's based on what the rent rolls for the other projects we had.
And I understand that's based on a rent roll, but have you done any analysis for this project to see how many people ages 21 to 30 have an annual income of $125,000 to $160,000 a year?
There's plenty to drive by here every day, up and down 95. We'd love to live here.
But when you say plenty, what do you mean by that? Is that 5%? Does that translate to 10 million people?
I don't have the number, but when you look at the comparable vacancy rates in the other projects locally, it suggests to you that there's plenty of opportunity for this project in this community, especially with the amenities that are being proposed with the mixed use and the convenience to the highway.
And for people who are, I guess, retirees, they're going to make up roughly 45%, roughly.
44, yeah. Again, that's based on a rent roll from the prior project.
But you're presuming something analogous.
Right.
Okay. So for that group, obviously many in that group don't necessarily have a job, but they have whether an annuity or retirement income, 401k, pension, something like that. Do you have an idea as to what it would require, whether 2.5 million, 3 million, 3.5 million, to really sustain having 150,000 or having an apartment that has a monthly rent of 2,600? A
lot of the folks who will be renting here will have sold their homes and moved in to downsize and to eliminate the maintenance obligations on a for sale home. They'll have another home somewhere else, maybe 2 other homes somewhere else.
No, and I understand people are looking to downsize, but you're still looking for a market that has a retirement nest egg of several million.
Sure.
Okay. In this situation, you're talking about young professionals having about a third of the rentals there. And for those people, wouldn't many young professionals prefer to live close to either where they work or alternatively close to where there's more social life?
Sure, and there will be that here. You have the corporate center and you have a social life that will be built in this community that's being proposed.
But that's not really the social life for a 21-year-old, a 25.
I would differ. I would like to differ. We have projects with far less than this, with far more young adults living in them. And in fact, you've got 2 young adults living in a 2-bedroom apartment. They're each making $65,000 to $75,000, and that takes care of that rent right there. So you don't need one income to pay for the rent on a 2-bedroom apartment.
No, and I don't disagree. You can certainly have two people making $75,000, $80,000 splitting the rent. I certainly understand that. However, the typical 26-year-old who's making $80,000 is going to look to live most likely in a Philadelphia, maybe even a Doylestown or an upstate or closer to New York. I mean, they're looking for more.
If that's what you think, that's fine. But our information would suggest otherwise. You're trying to paint a picture that we're not going to be able to drag anybody in here from anywhere else other than the local neighborhood. You're wrong. People want to move out of the city. People want to move out of New York. This is a great spot for those opportunities. And it's not just, individual young, it's older adults who want to downsize in the township and live close to their family. So it's not, you can't pinpoint it and say there's nobody who can afford this anywhere close by. It's wrong. There's plenty of opportunity and there's plenty of people paying these rents.
I hear what you're saying, and it's not necessarily, I'm not going to obviously continue arguing with you. I just disagree, and I think it's asking for problems to try to cater to these two groups at this particular location. Now, for retirees, you are presumably competing with other 55 and over communities.
Sure, of course we are.
Okay. And typically for 55 and over communities, you don't see them having a section devoted to 21-year-olds or 28-year-olds. The reason
those people don't want to live with 21-year-olds, but people who move into this 200-unit apartment complex will. It happens all the time across the region. There's people who coexist. My parents would love to live with 21-year-olds in the apartment to kind of get the zest for life. I don't think people who tend to want to go to an age-qualified development would want to live here. You're right. We're not competing with them.
Okay. And obviously what you are competing with are potentially the Philadelphias, the New Hopes, Doylestown, many other areas.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. And are you familiar with the rezoning of Oxford Valley?
Sure.
Okay. So you realize that they're potentially rezoning, or they have rezoned for 600 apartments.
Right.
Would you consider that a competitor of yours?
Yes and no. I mean, there's enough people in the market who need an apartment. Some people might want to migrate there if they think there's more amenities. I don't think there are. I think with this Wegmans and this mixed-use facility with the bike paths and the corporate center and the access to transport to the highways, this is a far better location than there. There may be more bars over there, but this mixed-use development will be a very classy development, and it'll draw in the people we're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Have you considered marketing this to simply mainly retirees, or alternatively mainly to younger people?
No.
Do you believe there's enough of a market to sustain a 200 apartment complex for just the retirees?
I think I've said that a few times. Yes, we do.
Okay. Then why wouldn't you necessarily just market to one or the other?
Because it can attract both, and it's better that way. We want a mix of demographics. We're not looking to have a sterile development of old people or young people. We're looking for a demographic mix, which is going to be good for the mixed-use development.
Okay. And you had mentioned that there's a community in New Britain.
Right.
Okay. And where is that located in New Britain?
County Line Road and 202. Not exactly, it's on Manor Road, but it's right up the street from 202.
And what is the name of that development?
It's Madison at New Britain.
And how many units is that?
248, I believe. Okay. 232 or 248. 232, pardon me.
And you say the rents for a single bedroom are about $1,900?
Well, it's a job we built and sold several years back. I can give you the information. Hold on a second. The single bedroom was up to from 1470 to 1680. This was last year, and then the 2-bedroom went from 1700 to 2200. It was, again, early in the year.
had other developments that were comparable. Can you tell me what they were?
Project called Ellis Preserve that we built in Newtown Square. That's 252 units. The average income there is 128.
And how many units is in Ellis Preserve?
252. There's 9 children. There's 9 school-age children.
And the typical rent there for a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom?
The average rent there was $2,200.
For a combination of 1 and 2 bedrooms?
Yes, yes.
And you had mentioned there was a third development or fourth development?
Well, we've got other projects. The next closest would be one in Upper Providence Township, Lower Providence Township in Montgomery County. That's 304 units. That was the average rent there was $1,900. School-age children, that was 304 units. The children under 18 was 26, but that's total children, not school-age children.
For the sake of argument, presume that I am correct and that you will struggle to effectively get these rents for this demographic. What would happen in that situation?
Can you explain what you're talking about?
In the event you open up this apartment complex and you charge rents of $1,900 for a single bedroom and $2,600 for a 2-bedroom, and you discover that they're not being occupied as quickly as you would like them to be occupied. What would happen?
The market suggests it will.
If hypothetically it doesn't happen.
I'm not going to talk in hypotheticals.
But it's
the rents, of course, would have to go lower to make it work.
Okay.
But that's not going to be the case. I mean, you're project. What if the rents increase? What if the place gets packed? It'll be 3,000. I mean, you can go both ways with that.
You've answered the question though. So if the rents are not able to, if you're not able to occupy the place at $1,900 and $2,600, if hypothetically that is the case, then the rents will go lower and you will be attracting a different demographic.
Yeah, and hypothetically, if the sun doesn't come up tomorrow, we're all going to die. I mean, the hypothetical is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous at all. It's certainly very viable, and you've answered the question. And if the rates were to go lower, that could certainly lead to an increase in school-age children.
Listen, every fact I've presented to you based on projects in the region, including Polo Run down the street, would suggest that's not the case. Polo Run's been there since like 1985, actually before that, 1982 probably. And it's been there collecting rents, doing well for all those years. Lower Makefield Township needs more rental properties, and this is a perfect location for it in a commercially zoned district that will feed the corporate center, help the corporate center, and help the mixed-use development. That's why it's being presented and provided.
Your rent, first off, that has absolutely nothing to do with the question. Your rents are much higher than Polo Run. And the question is, in the event you have to market to a different demographic because your rents are not able to be satisfied or you're not able to effectively occupy this, would that lead to more school-age children?
No, I don't think so. Not in a 1 and 2 bedroom unit.
Even though statistics say otherwise.
I'm not sure what statistics you're looking at, but 1 and 2 bedroom apartments don't draw a lot of school-age children.
If the well, we will get into
if you look at the city numbers where you have, old projects in the middle of nowhere where people who can't afford anything go there, sure, that might generate some more school-age children, but this is a mixed-use development, a very high-end residential community in a great location, and it's not the case. It's not going to happen.
Well, a minute ago, you complained about my hypotheticals. You do not know that it's not going to happen.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree.
We shall. You had mentioned, I'm sorry, the three properties are New Britain, Ellis Preserve, and then the third one you said was located in Lower Providence?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm sorry, what was the name of that?
Madison at Lower Providence.
And I have some questions relating to the real estate values, but is that more appropriately asked of the finance person, or is that something for you?
Yeah, you could ask Ken Amy when he testifies.
Okay.
I've given him the background on it.
And just going over a list of some of the amenities. The amenities that some of the amenities you're providing, are you providing a swimming pool?
Yes,
Okay. Tennis courts,
no,
basketball courts,
no,
is the pool indoor or outdoor?
outdoor,
Okay. Gym,
no. There's going to be an exercise room, but no gym, no. I mean, I'll save you the trouble. There's exercise rooms, there's an indoor kitchen, outdoor kitchen, there's a pool, there's meeting rooms, there's work at home spaces that will be part of the clubhouse. A lot of this is still being developed because, you know, we haven't even gotten the rezoning. So if and when we get rezoning and get moving, we'll have further plans. That's a land development detail, not necessarily a rezoning detail.
okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Holbert.
Our next witness would be Ken Amy. In our witness package, as Barbara Kirk said at the beginning, we've agreed that our respective witnesses are qualified as experts. In this case, Mr. Kennedy as a professional land planner. In the booklets that we provided to the township as well as to Mr. Goldberg, Mr. Kennedy's curriculum vitae is Exhibit A2. And although I'm not going to go through the boring questions about where he went to school and who he worked for and all that kind of stuff, I would like John to take a moment and just give you an idea of his experience in the field as a land planner. John?
Sure. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Kennedy, principal and owner of Kennedy Associates. I've practiced land planning for the last 40 years.
Sorry to interrupt.
Whoops.
You got to swear him in.
Okay.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay. As I mentioned, I have practiced land planning for the last 40 years, the last 30 of which I've had my own consulting business. I have a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Design. I am also a member of the AICP, American Institute of Certified Planners, American Planning Association, Pennsylvania Planning Association. I'm also a member of the Indian Valley Regional Planning Commission, the Lower Salford Planning Commission where I live. Previously, I was a member of the Borough of Lansdale Planning Commission. I'm also a member of the Montgomery County Transportation Authority. And in addition to practicing for private clients, I'm also the planning consultant for the Borough of Lansdale and for Hatboro Borough.
I'll switch to Exhibit A4, which is the proposed mixed-use overlay, A3, which is the mixed-use overlay district ordinance. We've gone through this any number of times, but can you summarize, John, the main provisions of this mixed-use ordinance and discuss with the board the revisions that have been made to the ordinance, both as requested by the Planning Commission and as requested by the Board of Supervisors?
Sure. And I will try to make this as brief as possible. What is being proposed is the mixed-use overlay district. And what that is an overlay on top of the existing zoning. The existing zoning is OR, which is Office Research District. That will not change. That still would be a potential option for anybody who wanted to develop using those standards. This simply adds an additional development option to the property. So the purpose of the mixed-use overlay district is to provide for a mix of development types and uses to develop greater variety in the area. Also to promote economic development within the township. We also have structured this ordinance to encourage a number of types of development policies and so forth, such as incentives to encourage preservation and reuse of historic buildings, encourage the use of green building technology and sustainable buildings, encourage pedestrian and bicycle use as transportation alternatives. So this is something that we see as a real trend across not just our region, the Delaware Valley, but across the entire country. We've worked on a number of mixed-use developments across the region. So the ordinance starts on the first page. We have the establishment of the overlay district. This basically establishes the district and identifies certain criteria that are required. The tract must be located in the office OR district. There's a minimum tract size of 30 acres. Also, a tract must have a minimum of 1,000 feet of frontage on an arterial road. And the site must be within 1/4 mile walk of the HC Historic Commercial District, which is Edgewood Village. Moving on to the second page, we have the variety of uses which are permitted. There's a combination of both commercial and residential uses. This is something that was actually discussed quite a bit in the Planning Commission when we were going through the Planning Commission. So there have been some minor tweaks. One comment or one change that did take place with the board, excuse me, was changing some of the permitted uses, two of them specifically to conditional uses. And that would be any drive-through or drive-in window, which is a conditional use and would require a separate hearing. And then also any commercial recreation. That also would be a conditional use that would require a separate hearing. Then we get into section 250-50.8, that's the development requirements. Again, reiterating the minimum tract area and also the requirements for the mix. This is a mixed use and there is a requirement for mixtures of residential and non-residential use. That is so we don't end up with a project which is 100% commercial or 100% residential. Moving to page 4, we get on to, and actually I'm using a red line, so some of the pages might be a little out of sync. We get into the open space requirements. This is a mixed-use development, and typically mixed-use developments have different open space requirements. And this was actually discussed at great length with the Planning Commission and also the township staff. A typical, say, apartment or townhouse development in the R4 district might have a requirement for 40% open space, say. That typically is passive open space. There usually is no improvement or little improvement. There might perhaps even be a ball field. However, in a mixed-use development, as I mentioned, typically it is less open space, but it is improved. So it's a higher quality of open space. These would include things like parks, pocket parks, plazas, gardens, water features, seating areas, decorative lighting. So they would actually have hardscaping and landscape furniture within them. Also trails, for instance. Trails are a type of improvement. Originally, we had proposed 10%. We had been asked by staff to increase that to 15%, and we did agree with that. Moving further down the page, we have the permitted density. The permitted density, maximum density, is 12 units per acre on the portion of the property that is devoted or declared to be residential, not on the entire tract. So if half of the property were declared to be residential, then it would be 12 DU per acre on half of the site area. This is actually a density that is comparable to other districts in the township. For instance, the TND overlay also has 12 units per acre. However, it is based on the entire site area. So it actually is considerably denser or allows more dwelling units than we have. If we were to have what are called mixed-use buildings, that is where you have commercial below and residential above, so we're mixing buildings. We do have a separate density. If the tract were developed in that fashion, that would be 6 units per acre based on the entire tract. So structurally, that's similar to TND, but it's half of the density of TND. I would point out that if you take our proposed density of 200 and apply it to the entire tract, our density is actually 5.4 DU per acre. We then also, below that section, we have a section entitled Special Conveyancing. That basically is it's a very common element in many commercial and mixed-use ordinances. It's basically what I would call a financial subdivision. The purpose of it is if a store, say Wegmans or some other type of store, has as their corporate standard that they must own in fee simple the store itself, the footprint, then it could actually be subdivided and described and then deeded off. However, the overall master planning and the overall development controls are in this entire ordinance, and those must be met before any kind of special conveyancing would apply. Section 200-50.9, area dimensional and design standards. This is where we have our building coverage, impervious coverage, setbacks, and so forth. One thing I would point out that was discussed quite a bit in the Planning Commission and was ultimately changed as a result of the board request. We did actually fix the maximum impervious coverage at 65% of the base site area. That is the same impervious coverage that exists in the OR district right now. So whether this was developed as office or as the mixed use, the impervious coverage would be the same. We also eliminated any kind of bonus increase for the impervious coverage. Below that, we have the design standards for the residential uses, and also the design standards for mixed-use buildings. We also have one section just below that, section D, that was added as a result of a board request in discussing the ordinance. And that was a limitation on what the ordinance calls retail store large. One of the concerns that was discussed was whether you could end up with a development that was made entirely of big box stores. And this was something that we wanted to avoid. We obviously have an agreement with Wegmans and would like to see Wegmans move in and be successful and be an asset to the community. But for the balance of the stores, we wanted to have smaller retail stores and create more of a variety. So there actually is a limitation on retail store large of maximum footprint of 20,000 square feet, except for supermarkets, which may exceed the 20,000 square feet. So it's not very likely that we would have a cluster of supermarkets. So what we will end up with would be one supermarket with a larger footprint, and then the balance of the stores will all be smaller and will be a greater variety. Just below that, we have architectural design standards. This was actually a request of the PC. There was a great deal of discussion about architecture and how one ensures it, although it should be noted that you can only govern aesthetics in Pennsylvania in certain districts. So what we have done is we have voluntarily put a clause in here that architectural renderings have to be submitted at the time of land development, which is not typical. So we would be submitting architectural renderings of the buildings and then also the main entry feature going into the site. We did also add a clause that the township's HARB, which regulates the use of historic buildings, also would get the right to review the buildings which are being preserved, meaning the Prickett House and the barn. Below this section, we end up at 200-50.10. This is the bonus provision section. This actually had a lot of discussion and a lot of input, and I think we've really fine-tuned this and made it very good. This is something that we have used in several other townships. It's kind of a popular zoning element that we see in codes today, and this is something where the developer is encouraged to provide. It might be some amenities, it might be a public improvement, it might be simply a methodology of building and construction. But in order to encourage that, there is some kind of bonus that is offered. In this case, we are offering bonuses for some additional woodland disturbance and then also additional density in DU per acre. However, there is a cap. And the maximum woodland disturbance is 50%. The woodland disturbance under the ordinance in the OR district is 30%. So based on whatever we are providing, we can get some additional disturbance area. The maximum density is an increase of an additional 2.5 DU per acre. So that would mean the maximum density on the property would be 14.5 DU per acre on the residential portion of the site. And we have a variety of bonuses that have been proposed. These were debated quite a bit actually in the Planning Commission and also by the board. There was a lot of participation. We have bonuses for historic preservation, significant off-site pedestrian connections that are noted in the comprehensive plan. We have, let me see, bonuses for green roof. We have bonuses for stormwater. above and beyond what is required, interconnections of adjacent properties, alternative transportation, infrastructure, and then energy efficiency in building and construction. Moving on, we have standards for parking. We have standards both for the residential section and then also the non-residential section. Below that, we have the signage standards, one for residential, one for non-residential. And we are simply referring to the existing signage standards. We are not proposing anything that would be different. Then 200-52C is a section adding a reference in the site capacity calculations for the mixed use overlay. And then towards the end, we have, there actually was added a revision of the definition of retail large store. That actually was to correct a typo that existed in the ordinance when it was first codified. And we added there was some punctuation added, I believe, if I recall. And then below that, the last section is a reference to, again, the sign ordinance, just tying the residential portion to residential standards and the non-residential portion to the commercial sign standards. And in a nutshell, that's a brief overview of the ordinance and kind of a whirlwind summary of how it evolved into its current state.
John, there was a recommendation of the Lower Makefield Township Planning Commission to approve the overlay district with two conditions, and I want to take them in reverse. The first was that if the ordinance becomes accepted and approved by the Board of Supervisors, that a map outlining the overall area which would be affected by the ordinance be attached to the final version. And attached as Exhibit A4, if we could have that, is the map. And perhaps if we can get that up on the screen, you can just point out, there it is, what's shown, because there was some question at the Planning Commission meeting as to whether or not there was an accurate map showing the area that would be affected.
Sure. So what we see here is the map of the proposed overlay district. We start with, in the gray tone, we have the entire OR district in this vicinity of the township. However, the overlay would only affect areas of the OR district that are 1/4 mile from the historic district. So you see the heavy dashed line is kind of a arc shape starting in the top below where the letter C is, and then continuing along towards Township Line Road, and then going down towards the left side of the map until we get to Yardley Langhorne Road. So it would only be parcels that touch that arc and are inside of that arc are appropriate and could utilize this. It's a total of 8 parcels, which are all listed on the side, the upper left-hand corner of the map.
Okay. And then the second condition was that the board carefully review the parking standards to minimize the adverse parking conditions if the development were to be constructed. And have we looked at that?
Yes, we have. And that is something that what we've done is we've looked at the parking standards, and in terms of the ratios, they are standards that are recommended by ULI and ITE. The other comment that the Planning Commission had was whether during land development it would be possible to maybe have a certain section of the parking lots have slightly wider parking spaces. So that would really become a land development issue.
Now, in addition, the township received a letter from the Bucks County Planning Commission, which we've marked for identification as Exhibit A6. And I believe that you've prepared a response letter that we have marked for identification as A7, which includes the comment from the Planning Commission with your response. So if we can go to A7, I'd ask you to work your way through the Bucks County Planning Commission review letter and provide the responses that you've prepared.
Sure. This is a letter which is dated August 5th. We actually received it on August 12th. And then we responded on August 13th to their comments. First comment, series of comments is regarding permitted uses. And the first of those comments, 1A, refers to drive-in and drive-through windows in the parking lot circulation. The comment centers around the idea that perhaps a bypass lane should be added into the ordinance itself. I would remind everybody that one of the changes we made is that a drive-in and drive-through windows are allowed by a conditional use. So in terms of any stacking standards, we are using the same stacking standards that are used in the existing ordinance right now. If a bypass lane were appropriate, depending on the use and the location, that easily could be handled as one of the conditions during the conditional use process and hearing. The next comment, which relates to commercial recreational lighting, and I would also remind everyone that commercial recreation was the other use that was turned into a conditional use. There was a comment that perhaps a reference to a saldo section on lighting should be added to the ordinance. However, that's really not necessary in that particular section, 178-53, it already applies to all uses. So it would apply to this use no matter what is said in the zoning ordinance, and therefore it's not necessary. The next comment on uses is 1C, the commercial recreation noise impact. That actually is exactly the same situation. There is a standard already in zoning that controls performance standards and noise controls. That applies to all uses anyway, so we would have to comply with that. The next section of their letter deals with development requirements. And this first one refers to, it actually has two different points that it's making. The first section refers to questioning why the site could be, quote, further subdivided. And that is actually a reference to the clause 200-50.8F, which I mentioned was a financial subdivision. And that is purely for financial or mortgage reasons. It's not a re-subdivision of the land per se. There is an overall master plan that has to be completed, and there has to be a development in accordance with the MU overlay on the entire property. The next section of that comment refers to mixing uses within one building, creating buildings that would have commercial below and residential above, which is what the county maintains as a true mixed-use development. It's true, it is found in many old towns, and people like it to see it in Newtown and Yardley and Doylestown. But the fact of the matter is, those buildings do not conform to modern building codes. And in modern building codes, it's actually quite expensive to build those types of buildings, which is why you see very few of them. there's a significant cost increase because of the fire rating in between the commercial and the residential uses. So in essence, that really becomes an economic decision and a marketing decision. It's especially difficult if you're in an area that has a low height limit, so that you would only get stores on the first floor and say 2 levels of commercial. It just doesn't pay. You would really need to have a higher height limit and do 4 or 5 stories of residential to make the additional cost pan out. The next section, 2B, relates to land use mix requirements. This is the purpose of the mix requirements, as I mentioned, was so that there would not be a development that is 100% commercial and not 100% residential. The county does make the point that because you could have up to 90% of the development in non-residential use, you could end up with a large commercial development. That is true. However, the property is zoned OR. It is already designed for large buildings and parking lots. What we're doing is we're saying you are going to be required to take some of that and put it into residential use. So the mix requirements have been, they've been designed to be fairly flexible so that we can also respond to economic or marketing changes fairly easily. Below that, there's a series, 2C, series of comments on neighborhood open space regarding how it is calculated, the amount of open space, and then also it gets, on the next 2 pages, gets into the type of open space and the quality of it. The neighborhood open space is something that it quite simply, it makes more sense in a mixed use development. This is not a residential development. We're not trying to create and save large open fields. As I mentioned, this is an area of the township that already is zoned for office and research properties and projects. So this simply does not contemplate, even in its underlying zoning, any type of open space. However, with a mixed use open space, I feel as a planner that it's important to have higher quality open space. And that is why we typically propose in these ordinances when we write them that we have some type of improved open space. And that is what we're calling neighborhood open space. Again, the county is questioning the amount, but they're not recognizing the difference in the quality of the open space and the difference in the cost. In an R4 development, you could set aside 40% of the land, but you basically don't have to improve it at all. It could just be open field. In a mixed use development, you set aside a smaller amount of open space, but you are required to improve it with plazas and lampposts, decorative lampposts and site furniture and seating areas and trails and so forth. So I think that it's something that is important to be able to provide tangible amenities for people that come and visit the community and also people that come and live in the community. On the next page, we get into, they have comments under 2D on permitted density. As I mentioned, our base density is 12 units per acre on the residential portion only. And then you can, with the bonuses, increase the density up to 14.5 units per acre. That would be the maximum amount on the residential portion only. As I pointed out earlier, there are other there are other districts in the township that have similar density. R4, for instance, has similar density maximum. TND overlay has similar density, 12 units per acre, but that's based on the entire site. So in that sense, we're not really setting any real records for increasing density. The small amount of increase that we are achieving with the bonuses are being accomplished by creating either facilities that are in the comprehensive plan that the township finds valuable, such as trail connections, or preserving, for instance, preserving existing historic buildings that the township also has as one of its major goals. We then get into comments on area, dimensional, and design standards. Item 3, there's a comment about special setbacks. Normally, in the OR and other districts that are adjacent to certain types of roads, arterials and major collectors and so forth, there would be an increased setback. We do not feel that that is appropriate for a mixed-use development. The purpose of a mixed-use development is to be part of the community, and as opposed to push things farther apart and to isolate from the community, which is what these large bonuses are meant to do. There is also a comment on the architectural design standards. The comment in the county letter refers to developing design guidelines. It's my understanding, actually, the county has started this, or the township has started this process themselves, but it's a much larger, sort of more all-encompassing standard that is being contemplated. We thought it would be better and more efficient to simply include a requirement for architectural renderings that must be submitted at the same time as land development. We then get into several comments on the bonuses, on the bonus features themselves, and then some of the specific bonuses. Excuse me. As I mentioned, the purpose of the bonuses is to try to encourage best practices or encourage preservation or sustainable building techniques or public improvements. The county alludes to the fact that some of these bonuses are considered standard in the industry, and I would beg to differ. In my experience, I think that some of them might be referred to as popular development trends, but they are by no means standard. These clearly are meant to encourage the developer to create a better quality project. And it really is no different than the government providing a tax incentive for somebody who wants to utilize solar energy. It's exactly the same principle. We then get into comments on parking standards. They have a comment on both the residential, non-residential. The non-residential standard is 5 per 1,000 or 1 per 200 square feet. This is an absolutely typical type of parking standard that we would find for most commercial centers. And part of that is due to the fact that you're going to have some uses that will need less parking, some uses that will need more. Another commonly found standard would be 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet, but we have just proposed 5 per 1,000, which is more than adequate, in my opinion, to park the non-residential portions. In terms of parking for the residential standards, we're proposing a minimum of 1.5 spaces per dwelling. This is in keeping with several recommendations by various sources. 1.5 space per unit is recommended by the Urban Land Institute for apartments. Also the ITE Parking Manual, Institute of Transportation Engineers, the Parking Generation Manual, that actually lists a parking ratio of slightly lower, 1.4 spaces for low and mid-rise apartments. So we feel that we have more than adequate parking for the number of units that we have. And that kind of ties into the next comment, which is shared parking. Even though we are meeting our proposed parking standards, shared parking is always something that should be encouraged. It's simply a way of trying to be as efficient as possible and trying to limit the amount of impervious coverage and stormwater runoff. So obviously with a large commercial area, we would have on the fringes some areas that would work for shared parking too. Their comment on site capacity calculations, it's simply something that has to be done as part of the housekeeping of the ordinance. We have actually tried to make as many of the standards kind of self-contained within the MU overlay itself, but still there is a mechanism that would blend into all the other uses which utilize the site capacity calculations. And then item 7 is once again a comment on the design manual. As I mentioned, the township is embarking on a process right now where they are working on an all-encompassing design manual. And there is a requirement for conceptual architectural renderings to be submitted with the land development drawing. And we will, with that mechanism, we will have the input of the Planning Commission and also of the Board of Supervisors. And that is a summary of our comments to the Bucks County review.
I have no further questions of Mr. Kennedy. Does the board have any questions?
Mr. Grenier.
Sure. Would you be able to pull back up the map? I forget the exhibit number. And this is a minor detail. I just want to make sure it's clear.
A4.
A4, thank you. Is the map coming up? There you go. Thanks, Jim, if that was you. Just real quick, since the ARC shows which parcels or properties would be included in this overlay.
That's correct.
Now and then you have your letters A through H, I believe.
Yes.
This may just be a drafting thing, but it appears as though on the north end, the ARC goes past to the east, assuming north is top of the page there, that it goes past over 295 and enters into, I believe that's Patterson Farm, if memory serves. I'm assuming your intention is not to include that parcel in the overlay?
That is correct. We also have a small piece that goes below Yardley Langhorne Road.
Right.
One of the requirements of the district is that it must be in the OR zoning district. So anything on the other side of I-295 is not in the OR, and anything below Yardley Langhorne Road is also not in the OR.
Okay.
It's simply an illustration of the quarter-mile distance.
Understood. And I guess my recommendation, and I think this is simply to reduce any potential confusion, would be to edit that to make sure that the ARC ends at the end of the OR district and in the northern and southern boundaries, so that we don't get further questions about that. No one gets confused.
Okay.
The other the BCPC letter, saw your response. I don't know if now is an appropriate time for Mr. Majewski prepared it, I thought was an excellent response as well, point by point. But it seemed, and if I mischaracterize this, Mr. Majewski, please tell me, it seemed to agree generally or maybe completely with what the applicant had said in their responses. So you don't, if that's correct, you don't need to rehash everything, but I just wanted to see if there were any discrepancies, for lack of a better term, between your review and response and the applicant's review and response to that letter.
No, in general, I would concur with Mr. Kennedy's assessment of the ordinance in that we are pretty much complying with the elements of our comprehensive master plan and our ordinances. And this is the desire of our planning commission. And prior to that, the board, when they advertised the ordinance, that this kind of meets all the intent of what we envisioned.
Right. And it seemed, and again, if I misspeak, please tell me. It seemed like some or several of those comments were items that we would address generally during the SALDO process rather than the ordinance process. Would that be fair?
That's correct. They're either subdivision of land development ordinance issues or they're conditional use issues. And during either one of those processes, the comments would be addressed through that process.
Okay. I didn't see any, we've been through this many times. I didn't see any comments that jumped out at me as major concerns, and I thought you addressed them well. So thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Ms. Bundy?
I have no questions.
Mr. McCartney?
Yep, just have a couple questions. John, the density for the 200 units based on the parcel that Equos owns, which is 10.23 acres, is about 2,228 square feet per unit. Does that sound about right?
I think you're equating it to existing parcel lines. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, exactly. And that's what my question was going to be. Should I include the 10.23 acres and the additional 18.33 acres and the additional 5 acres?
Well, the easiest way to describe it, we're basically combining all of the parcels together, and then the land is being cut into two pieces. One designated as residential land and the other part designated as non-residential. The residential land, I think, it's roughly somewhere in the range of 13 and a half acres. It's approximately equal to going up the center of where the main entry road is and through the traffic circle. So
Okay.
in other words, we're basically erasing the existing parcel lines.
So that lot line is going to disappear and you're going to do about 13 acres of residential. So that changes the equation on the residential side to about 2,940 square feet per unit. Does that sound about right?
So it could be. I actually do not have a copy of the plan in front of me. So, and I haven't looked at it in that fashion.
Does anybody from the Prickett team have that answer?
Exactly. What's the exact question?
I'm just looking, Vince. I'm just looking for the density of the residential piece of it. So if you combine all three parcels together, you're designating about 13 and a half acres to residential. You're dropping about 200 units on that 13 acres. So your density is about 2,000, just under 3,000 square foot per unit.
You're asking lot size, approximate lot size or area of lot.
No, just density based on the number of units. So similar to like a condo complex, complex that has 300 units.
Yeah, Bob did the math on the calculator while you're asking.
It's roughly 3,000 square feet.
About 2,940, right? Like 3,000 square feet. Is that what you got?
Yeah, 3,000. It's 13.55 acres divided by 200 units. It gives you around 3,000 square feet per unit.
Okay, and that's what I got. So in comparison, what is the Chalfont complex? Do you know off the top of your head? And I don't want to put you on the spot.
I don't know what that is.
I can get it for you.
Okay. And then in comparison to maybe Polo Run, because I guess that's who you guys would be competing with.
I don't have the acreage of Polo Run, but I can get you Chalfont. I have those acres.
Okay. Jim, off the top of your head, do you know how many acres Polo Run is?
I'll check.
Thank you.
Polo Run is 35.5 acres approximately, and they have 248 units.
So their density is going to be probably about triple, almost 10,000 square feet per unit, just using rough numbers. Is that right, Jim?
I'm coming up with 6,000 square feet, 6,200. So it's 35.5 acres divided by 248 units times the conversion of square feet to acres. 43,560 square feet gives 6,235.
All right, so about half, double then. Okay.
Excuse me, shall I swear in Mr. Majewski? Since he's been testifying.
Probably a good idea.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give and have given will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So just so we can clarify, Mr. Majewski, do you stand by the previous testimony that you have given in response to questions posed by the board prior to you being sworn in?
I do.
Thank you.
And just real quick, John, while Bob's looking up that number for that Chalfont, the other parcels that you talked about within a quarter mile of that historic, would any of them have? I guess that's almost impossible for you to answer, but I'm going to scratch that question because you're not going to know whether or not any of them have had any type of aspirations to do something similar. As far as how do you designate? I guess that's my question. How do you designate which one of how those parcels, if they are approved for overlay, whether they're going to be residential or if they're going to be mixed use commercial?
Well, they would have the option of utilizing the overlay. However, I believe in all the cases, it would be some type of redevelopment. But if they did want a redevelopment, they actually, and utilize the overlay, they would have to do both residential and non-residential mix. And what we're using is a quarter mile, which is basically a fairly common standard in planning practice in terms of walkability. So we're tying it to Edgewood Village, and we're saying from the historic district around Edgewood Village, a quarter mile walk. How far could you get within that walk?
And what would the mix be? What would the requirement for the mix be? Would it be 50-50, 60-40?
No, it would be it's fairly flexible. It's within it's within the parameters of the ordinance, which is no less than 50% of the Bayside area shall be dedicated to non-residential use. No less than 10% and no more than 40% shall be dedicated to residential use. So you are always assured that you're going to get a mixture. Somebody could not do, for instance, all residential.
Or all commercial.
Or all commercial, correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you envision those two parcels coming at some point down the road, and I don't like talking in hypotheticals, but at some point coming down the road and saying we want to do a similar type of mixed use development in those two parcels or in those other parcels, you would envision something as I guess, maybe 2 to 3 story, like storefronts with condos above or that type of feel?
Well, that would be the decision of, the applicant and the landowners. As I mentioned before, that's often a popular format to propose mixed use development, but it is very, very expensive, and it's difficult to make work within the height limitations that we have. So you're basically only going to be allowed to do a 3-story building, and that would be an economic decision they would have to make. But it would be a mix, no matter what. It would still have to be a mix of different uses.
And again, I'm just trying to give the audience maybe a point of reference of what would that vision look like, as far as, maybe something that's similar along in Newtown Borough, where you have 2 and 3 story, first floor commercial use with second and third floor either condo or some type of apartment use.
It's possible. The ordinance does allow that.
Okay.
The ordinance definitely does allow that.
Okay.
And James, to answer your question on the Chalfont piece, it's roughly 2,800 square feet per unit there. So it's a little more dense than what we're proposing here.
But within, I mean, in the same ballpark then, right?
Same ballpark, but it's more units on just as many acres.
Got you. All right, thanks. That's it for me. Thanks, Fred.
No problem. Mr. Lewis.
The Lower Makefield Township Planning Commission reviewed the proposed overlay August 10th, so they didn't have the benefit of the Bucks County Planning Commission's recommendations. They had concerns about parking lot or parking spot size. So can you detail what the current parking spot sizes are expected to be and how that compares with what standard parking lot sizes are within the municipality this currently?
Well, we're proposing 9x18 parking space, which is permitted in the township. However, it was discussed at the Planning Commission that in one of the nearby shopping centers, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but I believe it was the Giant Center with the Giant supermarket, that a section of the parking in that center had slightly wider spaces. They weren't really, at least my understanding of the Planning Commission comments, they weren't necessarily concerned about the depth of the spaces. It was really more the width. So you could conceivably change them to 10x18 or 10x19. And they liked the idea of possibly exploring that. They did discuss that quite a bit, and they decided that they did not think that was appropriate to put in the ordinance. However, it would be something that would be appropriate to discuss at the land development phase. And what they were getting at was, for instance, the spaces that are closer into the store, maybe the first bay, for instance, would have parking spaces that would be a little bit wider because that's typically where people are trying to run in and run out. So that was the gist of that conversation.
Yeah, there are a number of Ford Expeditions and things like that, and they really do need a 10-foot wide space for them to be handled. So I concur that it's probably best dealt with Saldo in that we're really technically not allowed to go through what you've proposed and deal with that on the actual overlay. That being said, there is one element I need to talk further on. That was a recommendation and a concern from the Environmental Advisory Council. And that was about, let me pull this up real quick. It is on section 200-50.9, which is the maximum.
Yes.
Which is you got it. Okay, excellent. Which is the maximum height of clock towers, spires, or decorative cupolas. Right now, they're exempt from the 50-foot limit on all structures. And when I did, Supervisor Grenier and I looked at the mock-ups, right? And I guess the building height's about 35, so I'm guessing the cupola is like 50 feet. But we can't really use that to say, okay, we're guaranteed that that's the case. And I think there's a fair concern from residents that this could be used in a way to generate in a more hyperbolic manifestation, the second coming of the Seattle Needle, Space Needle, or in a less, using a little less hyperbole, just a touch less, that could be used for data transmission or cellular networks for antennas and stuff like that. So,
well, okay, you're bringing up a couple good points. First of all, in terms of data transmission and telecommunications, that is that's a separate use.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not listed in any of the permitted uses.
That's good. Okay.
So you could not put up a a cell tower, even if you disguised it as something. That would not be permitted. In terms of any kind of architectural element, I believe that phrase was also pulled out of your existing ordinance. I don't really know. I have not seen all of the final architectural design, so I can't really comment on that, but I don't have any real reason to believe that that is something that could be, I guess the word I would use would be abused. And it certainly could not be abused in terms of any kind of telecommunications.
Yeah, no, and more my point, unfortunately, the difference between reviewing the designs and the saldo process where you say, okay, it's going to be 50 feet. Okay, we know it's 50 feet, but we don't know what other land use applicants would ask for in the future, even though I know this is extraordinarily narrowly drafted. So that's why I think it might be reasonable to set a height standard. Just I'm relatively flexible on that, but I'm looking for, and again, anytime you're drafting something like this, you have to look at the outliers. And that's where my concern is.
I guess the only other comment I would have is this is, for instance, one of the reasons why we also put the requirement for architectural drawings in land development. Because that normally would not be the case. So as it is now, that actually can be discussed, perhaps negotiated within the land development process.
And what about applicants who would be redesigning? They would still, they go through the same process as well then, right? So if I was another property owner that's currently developed and I wanted to redevelop in some way, I'd have to render architectural drawings as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So
if you want to use the MU overlay, you have to submit the architectural drawings.
Okay. Well, that argues a question as to whether that's necessary or not. I know we've had a couple of those cases right now where we've worked through that, and the architectural drawing has been part of it. That's a tough trade-off for us because we always have to think about what the outliers are on that, and it's something for it's a question of my fellow board members are at all interested in protecting against. So I'd probably have to ask them before seeking an amendment. Rather, I don't think. I guess I'd have to ask if any of my fellow board members have a similar concern or not.
Fred or Barbara, is now the appropriate time to discuss that, or is that later in the agenda?
Good question. Yeah.
I can repeat it.
No, I know what I know what the question is. I'm just trying. I mean, I guess at this point in the testimony, since it's been raised and considering the length of what's going to be presented, it might be a good idea to try to discuss and hash it out now, and then just have a note on the side at the end when the board decides how they want to proceed with respect to the draft of the ordinance in its current form or not.
Okay.
That makes sense to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, is there any interest to set height standards in the ordinance specifically? Mr. Grenier, you can start.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Generally, I think it is a good idea to set a limit. I know we can, as it's written now, we can address it during architectural renderings, etc. My one concern is, and I'm not sure what that number is right now. I have to go back to Mr. Majewski and get his opinion on that, honestly. But generally, I'd want to, I guess I'm concerned about someone coming in with a very unique design, and let's say we don't put a limit on it and they want to argue that they should be able to go not 200 feet, but they might want to go 80 feet, and that it looks, after architectural, there might be a group on the architectural review board or whoever's reviewing it that might like it and others may not. And I just would want to make sure that we set a groundwork for it that's reasonable for what we're looking to do here. Nothing too low, nothing super high, but just something that's reasonable. And I would look to Mr. Majewski and others to chime in on what they think that will look like. I do like the renderings, and I think it is an appropriate scale that we've seen to date for those types of features. They're sort of like a church steeple on top of the building, for just to simplify it a little bit, but I wouldn't want something that's too tall. That's all.
Since you asked, Mr. Majewski, what does the current code say about height?
The maximum height of a building is 50 feet, which is what matches this ordinance. This ordinance excludes the decorative features on top of a building, such as a clock tower, spire, or I forget what the other item is, something like that. Our ordinance has an exception now for buildings in the OR district that is 50 feet, but you can go another 10 feet higher for mechanical equipment. So obviously non-decorative stuff. So that's 60 feet. We also have the building at, I believe it's 1000 Floral Vale Boulevard. That's the newer building that was built about 10 years ago that backs right up to 295 off of Yardley Langhorne Road. That was actually approved as a 4-story building with a 60-foot height, with the mechanicals 10 feet higher, so 70 feet. I know everyone has seen the renderings that they had submitted earlier in the project that showed the sort of clock tower, spire, or whatever it is for the building. And I know everyone thought it kind of looked good, but when you really look at the scale of it, it looks like it might even be taller than that 70 feet, possibly upwards of 80 feet or more. So if you like, I can call that up in a few minutes so you can take a look at that.
Yeah. And the concern here is the visual interruption if somebody's east of the development, either traveling on I-295 or traveling near and around Patterson Farm, that you have something protruding that looks unnatural from a distance. And that's a predominant concern that I would have. And, also scale from people who may also be on the other side, on the west portion, who may be experiencing Shadybrook Farms, and then this might be sort of overpowering depending on its height and scale.
Mr. Majewski, before we go with other comments, do you see an advantage to adding a height restriction to this ordinance when we have restrictions in the code in other areas already?
I'd given that some thought, and one item that I came up with is just to add one phrase at the end of the maximum building height exception that says, currently it says the maximum building height shall not apply to historic buildings to be preserved and decorative cupolas, spires, or clock towers. And one possibility is just to add the phrase, as approved by the Board of Supervisors. So you would have sort of the last say in that. So if you thought it just didn't look attractive, whether the height was 60 feet, 70 feet, maybe not 120, but whatever the height might be, that you would have that veto power, so to speak, over that.
Ms. Kirk, would adding a phrase like that significantly alter the proposed ordinance and have to be re-advertised?
I don't believe so, because it's not going to be a substantial change from what's already in the ordinance. There's just a clarifying condition.
Okay, thanks. Mr. McCartney, do you have any comments or questions?
Barbara, would something like that require a re-advertising of this meeting, or that would just
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's, because it's not a substantial modification of what's already there. It's
Okay.
just a phrase clarifying.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would be in support of what happened. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I would be in support of having that height restriction clarification written in there. To John's point, to keep the continuity of what that area is with the surrounding farmland. Sight lines might be, you don't want an overwhelming sight line within that view.
Okay. And Ms. Blondie?
Makes sense.
So, Ms. Kirk, do we need to have a vote to amend the ordinance to add that phrase, or?
I would recommend wait till you get through the rest of the issues and then we can funnel through all of the discussion of the items that might need to be amended in one vote instead of doing it piecemeal.
Sure. And let's make a
That
note.
makes sense, Ms. Kirk.
Let's make a note of that, and we'll move on. Mr. Goldberg.
Hi, could you go back to, I believe it's Exhibit A4?
Mr. Goldberg, just identify exactly what you were looking for. Is it the map?
Yes, Barbara. And on it, you note that there are 8 parcels that are part of this overlay district. I want to go through each of the parcels. So starting from A, 201640 is what parcel?
It's the parcel labeled A on the map.
Oh, let me rephrase that way. What is the acreage on it? What is?
Oh, I have no idea what the individual acreage of all these and land use of all these parcels are.
Okay. Do you know what, so you don't know what is on any of these parcels?
There's a mixture on our site is comprised of parcel A, B, C, D, and E. It has some open field areas, especially on C, D, and E, and parts of A. And then there is an existing house that we've mentioned, and barn and some outbuildings on parcel B. And then pretty much going around the edges are some existing hedgerows.
Okay. Then parcel F, what is located on parcel F?
Parcel F is an existing office development.
And do you know the acreage of parcel F?
No, I do not.
Okay. How about parcel G?
I do not know the acreage of parcel G.
Do you know what is currently on parcel G?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall right now.
And do you know what is on parcel H?
A multifamily development, I believe.
Do you know the approximate acreage?
No, I do not.
Okay. So the overlay district consists of 8 parcels, 5 of which make up this application, or what it will potentially be developed in terms of the Wegmans, the retail stores, and the apartments. And there are 3 parcels that are outside of that, correct? F, G, and H.
That's correct.
Okay. F contains an already developed office building. H consists of an already developed multifamily development. And G, you're not sure what is on.
Correct.
Okay. Were there any other parcels that were considered as part of this overlay district?
No.
And it's unlikely, I presume, that F, G, and H will be developed in the immediate future. In light of the fact, certainly 2 of them at least are already developed.
I couldn't really say.
Okay. What was the logic behind adding parcels F, G, and H to this overlay district?
The purpose of this was to respond to areas that are within a walking distance to the historic area of Edgewood Village.
And you cut that off at a quarter mile is what you deemed walking distance.
Correct. That's a commonly used number.
Did you do any economic analysis on the viability of this project, or was that beyond your scope?
No, that is what Mr. Amy did.
Okay. So those questions would obviously be more appropriate for him, I take it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Did you consider any other different uses other than the Wegmans, the retail, and the apartments for parcels A through E?
Over the course of working with the township, we discussed different uses. All of the uses that are listed in the ordinance are uses that exist elsewhere within the Lower Makefield zoning code.
Okay. And how did you settle on these three uses?
Which three uses?
Wegmans, the retail, the 200 apartments, and the 50,000 square feet of retail.
That would be a mixture of commercial, retail, and residential. So it's really two uses.
Okay. But I guess the question is, why those uses as opposed to a different mixture or a different use in terms of a hotel or in terms of something else?
That's responding to the program that my client gives me.
Okay. Did you consider the impact of what is being proposed on Shady Brook Farms, or is that something more for someone else?
I did not do any kind of analysis of Shady Brook Farms.
Okay. Did you consider the impact on home prices in Lower Makefield?
No, I did no study on local home prices.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg.
But just real quick, I just have a quick question for Jim. Can you go back to that parcel map again, Jim? Sorry if I keep making you go back to it. You're on mute. I can't hear you. Just for clarification and for the audience, the parcels G and H that were being questioned, that's currently Floral Vale, correct?
H is Floral Vale. G is the newer office building I referenced earlier, the 4-story building that was added to Floral Vale. F is the Lower Makefield Corporate Center South Campus, which is in the process of being renamed to Makefield Crossing. I do have the acreage of those pieces of land if you'd like me to give you those.
And just to clarify on parcel H, that's not multifamily use. That's actually commercial use, just small offices, correct?
It's a mixture of offices. There's daycare, there's a bank, there's a restaurant. It's sort of a mixed use property, mainly smaller condo type uses.
But none of it residential, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And if I could add, and I hate to jump in, but the township on its website has a comprehensive parcel and floodplain viewer. So if anyone in the audience wants to know about any parcel within the township, or for that matter, within Bucks County, they can go to the planning and zoning section of the Lower Makefield Township website and actually get the Bucks County parcel and floodplain viewer. And you can add layers for things like the zoning, the overlays, who owns. If you click on the parcel, it tells you who owns the property. So it's very comprehensive, allows you to see all that stuff. So if you've got questions and you're not sure, you can do that on your own if you're so inclined.
And if I may add, just to answer Mr. Goldberg's question about the acreage, parcel F as referenced on the map is approximately 31 acres. Parcel H, the Floral Vale area, is 31 acres. And the parcel G, the smaller area that the 4-story office buildings are on, that's about 6 or 7 acres.
Any other comment from the board? Ms. Kirk? From the applicants?
Yes, our next witness is Ken Amy. If I could have Mr. Amy sworn, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Ken, as you heard earlier, Mr. Goldberg and I have stipulated that all of our witnesses are qualified as experts. But if you could take, you prepared the revenue study, which is attached as Exhibit A9. If you could go through and just give the board some idea of your experience in performing those studies, and then explain what you did and what you concluded as a result of what you did.
Yes, thank you. My name again is Ken Amy. I'm a land planner based in Montgomery County. I am a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Temple University. I've been a planner for approximately 30 years. I currently serve as the Township Planner and Zoning Officer in Hatfield Township, Plymouth Township, and Lower Gwinnett Township in Montgomery County. Recently left Montgomery County Montgomery Township in Montgomery County, and still serve as the Assistant Zoning Officer and Planner in Upper Gwinnett Township. So most of my work is municipal work. However, over the years, I've done hundreds of revenue studies and economic analyses for development plans throughout eastern Pennsylvania and into Delaware. In this case, I was asked to perform a revenue study for the proposed Prickett Preserve project. And again, I've done this many times and have been accepted as an expert in probably close to 100 municipalities throughout Pennsylvania and Delaware.
And in preparing a revenue study, what do you do?
Well, first of all, a large part of the information that I need is provided by the developer. The developer provides information relative to the parcel, to the proposed project, to the makeup of the project, whether it be commercial, industrial, institutional, or residential. And I take that information, use demographic multipliers that have been prepared by various studies throughout the country. Although I try to use ones that are specific to the East Coast and more particularly specific to Pennsylvania. When I prepare my studies, I start off by looking at the valuation of the property. I look at the mix of uses on the property, the number of units if it's residential, the square footage if it's non-residential, and then I calculate the projected population, projected number of school children for residential properties, and the projected number of employees for non-residential projects. I take those numbers and the market value. I use the common level ratio developed by the State Department of Tax Equalization, and use that to come up with the assessed value. And then I apply the local tax rate, both by the municipality and by the school district, to come up with the overall revenue coming into both the township and the school district. For the school district, I also, when I calculate the number of school children, I also calculate out the cost to educate each child in that public school system and take the projected number of school children times that cost per child, come up with the cost to educate the children being produced by the development, and deduct that from the gross revenue to the school district so that the municipality and the school district have an accurate picture of what the net revenue to the school system would be. Would you like me to go through the study itself?
Yes, please. Can we have A9 on the screen? There we go.
There we go. A9 is the revenue study, which has been submitted to the board at this point. It was submitted to the Planning Commission and discussed at last week's meeting. And I'll just sort of briefly go through line by line and give the board a sense of how we put this together. As I mentioned previously, we started off by taking the residential portion, the apartments, and breaking that down to the number of one-bedroom units, the number of two-bedroom units. In this case, it's a fairly simple breakdown. It's 100 of each. And then we took the rent, the proposed rent for the one-bedroom and two-bedroom, which has been discussed previously by Mr. Dwyer. That would be $1,900 per month for one-bedroom units and $2,600 a month for two-bedroom units. We projected the number of residents, and to do this and to do most of the demographic information, we used the multipliers prepared by the Rutgers Center for Urban Policy Research. Those multipliers are the most recent ones were published in 2006, and they would show an average or a projected number of residents of 311 for these 200 units. And would also project an estimated number of public school children of 11 for this project. And I'll discuss a little bit the number of school children. There are several different studies that can be used to calculate the number of school children. And I generally look at all of them, but I tend to lean most heavily on the Rutgers study, because the Rutgers study is broken down by, there's a breakdown based on rent, there's a breakdown based on the number of bedrooms, and it is specific to Pennsylvania as opposed to being a nationwide study. So that's why in this case, the 11 that I quote in the in my revenue study is the number that results from the Rutgers multipliers. If I use the number that results from the Montgomery County study, which was done in 2012, I come up with a total of, I believe it's 12. Yes, I come up with a total of 12 school-age children. And then if I apply the American Housing Survey, which is the survey that was quoted in the report submitted by the opposition, if I use the American Housing Survey and take the multipliers and the filters that they used when they prepared their rebuttal to my revenue study, and then add just one more filter. And the one I added was the filter for the number of bedrooms, because they had neglected to do that. When I add the filter for the number of bedrooms and use the American Housing Survey, I come up with 16 school-age children. So I think it's fair to say that the number based on both national and local studies and demographic multipliers is somewhere between 11 and 16 school-age children. We then went down to estimated assessed value, and that is based on sale information that was given to me by Mr. Dwyer for similar apartment projects in the area. We took that sale information and we multiplied that by the common level ratio for Bucks County, which as of July of this year has moved to 8.9%. So we took the 8.9% times the market value, came up with the estimated assessed value. And then similarly for the non-residential portion, we took the square footage. The Wegmans is approximately 100,000 square feet, and there is an additional 55,000 square feet of mixed-use commercial, whether it be retail or service or office. We took that area. We took the estimated number of full-time equivalent employees, which is calculated based on the total area. We come up with 388 projected employees. And then we took the assessed value. And again, this is based on information that was provided to me by Mr. DeLuca for the actual construction costs and the market value of the project when complete. And we multiplied that out by the common level ratio and came up with the $4.895 million assessed value for the non-residential portion. We then took each of those assessed values and multiplied by the millage rate for Lower Makefield Township, which is currently 21.01 mils. We added the per capita tax for the residential portion, which is a $10 per capita tax on residents who would be 18 years of age or older. And we determined the number of residents who would be over the age of 18 using the Rutgers demographic information. We computed the local services tax, which is based on the number of employees for the non-residential portion. And then we calculated out the transfer tax, which is split evenly between the municipality and the school district. We did a similar calculation for Pennsbury School District, although Pennsbury School District does not have the per capita tax or the local services tax. So we just took real property tax and real estate transfer tax. We came up with a total revenue for the township, total projected, and this is annual revenue. This is ongoing revenue. It doesn't include one-time fees such as permit fees and tap-in fees and those sorts of things, because those only happen once and then they're done. This is ongoing annual revenue. So we came up with $258,126 as annual revenue to the township between the two components of the project, and $1,651,006 as combined revenue for the non-residential and residential to the Pennsbury School District. From that, we deducted the cost to educate the public school children. We calculated that off based on the current enrollment. The current enrollment is a bit of a moving target right now with Pennsbury schools. It's somewhere between 10,100 and 10,300 students. We used the higher number, 10,343, and came up with the cost in local dollars to educate each student of $15,369 based on the 2020-2021 budget for Pennsbury School District. We multiplied that out by the number of school children and deducted that from the gross revenue to the school district to come up with the net revenue of $1,481,947. And then when we add the local revenue to that, the total annual township and school district revenue net of the public education costs is approximately $1.74 million per year. And that's the sum and substance of my report. And I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have, or Mr. Goldberg might have, or if Mr. Harris feels that I could elaborate on some more of this, I'll be happy to.
Ken,
Yes.
just when we put these booklets together, I know that we included 2 copies of your report rather than just one, but the second copy of your report has footnotes to the source of each of the various figures that you've provided. Is that correct?
Yes, there are end notes that refer back to the to the sources that I cited just now in my testimony.
And in terms of, you mentioned the economic analysis that was done by others, did that economic analysis confirm that based upon your numbers, they agreed with your results?
Well, there were several conclusions, several almost conflicting conclusions in the other economic analysis, but there was a section on page 19 of their analysis that says the census data on the likely number of children supports the developer's expected number of children for the entire complex under the assumption that the tenants are the exact target group, high-income young professionals, neither of which group tends to have many school-aged children. And then later on in the report, they confirm that that our conclusions are correct as long as, and again, as long as our assumptions are correct. We believe they are. So we feel that our conclusions are correct and do reflect the real world conditions out there based on the project being proposed.
Does the board have any questions?
Yeah, Fred, if I could.
Sure, James.
Thanks. Ken, just real quick, you used the Rutgers study as kind of the gauge for the number of proposed students in the apartment complex.
I'm sorry, who's speaking currently? I can't see.
It's Tim McCartan.
Okay, thank you.
Tim McCartan.
Thanks. Oh, there you go. Thank you. The how many other applications have you used that study in?
Actually, I use that study as my primary source in every study I do. So I would say close to 200 different studies. I've used that same number.
Percentage of accuracy of the proposed versus the actual, because I'm sure you do an actual follow-up when it's all said and done. I do
generally go out and do a follow-up either with the school district or with the bus garage for the school district and confirm the number of students that they pick up. And it is uncannily accurate. There are once in a while it will be a little less, once in a while it'll be a little more. But if I had to generalize, in most cases it's a little bit less than what the projection is.
So within 10%, or is that aggressive?
I'd say within 15% is probably,
okay,
for a project this size, is probably pretty accurate.
All right, that's all I had. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mr. Grenier?
Sure. Again, James, very, very similar. This is Dan Grenier, in case you didn't see me. Okay. The very similar question, James, a slightly different way to ask it, I guess. Just to show you I've been paying attention. When I asked Mr. Dwyer earlier about real world comparisons, let's say to other developments nearby, Polo Run was the example. He mentioned that using Polo Run as an example might predict, say, 18, not 7 more kids, not a ton, but 18, and just running your number per pupil. And if I did this quickly, it would probably increase the total cost of, I believe the total cost for 11 kids was $169,059. If I was quick enough writing that down.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And when I use the same multiplier for 18 kids, that comes out to, and again, I did this literally back of the napkin, 276,642. So if you use the 18 number, it's a little over, basically 100 7,000-ish, plus or minus. So that would drop Pennsbury's net revenue to 1.373 and change in total. So for a range, would that be a fair range of the 11 to 18 kids that just for real world numbers potentially?
I think that's fair. I think the 18 is still a little high. The 18, and I didn't obtain that number, but I'm guessing that number may not include a deduction for private school children. Oftentimes in this area, you'll see a reduction of 10 to 15% from the total number of school children. Because there are a number of children who attend private school.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Other than that, I get Dr. Weiss or Barbara. I guess we'll have opportunities to ask about the other study that was conducted. Will they be serving as witnesses this evening as well?
Yes, the plan is after the main case is presented and it's open to the public, Mr. Goldberg will have the opportunity to present his witnesses first with an offer of proof, and their witnesses are available to answer any other specific questions.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, and thank you, Mr. Amy.
Thank you.
Mr. Bernier. Mr. Lewis?
Nothing at this time.
Ms. Bundy?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Mr. Goldberg?
Yes. Regarding the analysis of the apartments, did you do any independent analysis on the viability of the $1,900 and $2,600 rent, or you just accepted that from Mr. Dwyer?
Well, I took a look at the examples that Mr. Dwyer had given me, which were the same examples he gave you. And the vacancy rate is low in those apartments, in those apartment complexes. So I didn't feel a need to question the numbers that were given me.
Even though the rents for Polo Run are about $1,400 to $1,900 and about 40% less than what's being proposed for this application?
I did not see a need to question the rent, no.
The retail. Do you have an anticipated rent that you're going to have for the 55,000 square feet of retail?
No, I don't. That's something Mr. DeLuca will work out. That's not something I'm involved in.
Do you have any idea at all what the rents would be?
No, I don't.
Would the rent factor into the analysis for how much tax revenue that will bring in?
I worked with the market value based upon the information that was given to me by Mr. DeLuca. I verified it against other similar shopping centers and it checked. That's as far as I needed to go in order to calculate the revenues. The rental has nothing to do with the revenue forecast.
But at this point in time, I'm trying to understand the basis for this, much like, I simply disagree with how you came up with the apartment numbers, not necessarily your math, but that the numbers you used, I believe, are faulty and inappropriate at $1,900 and $2,600. And that's what I question. It's much the same thing for this retail. Wouldn't it make a difference if these stores are spectacular success and you could get $100 a square foot versus they're not overly successful and you can get $3 a square foot?
I suppose it would make a difference if I were appraising the property, but I'm not appraising the property. I'm taking the value of the property based upon market value provided to me by the developer.
Wouldn't ultimately that factor into the market value?
Perhaps it does, but that was information that was provided to me.
then would you agree that it's hard for me to fully understand the viability of these numbers without that piece of information?
I honestly don't know what's hard for you and what isn't.
You think the board should have that information?
Not necessarily. We have the information provided by the developer. We've cross-referenced that against valuations provided for other centers.
Initially, when you prepared this, you were talking about $1.3 million in revenue for the township. Now it's 1.7. I'm trying to see what has changed.
The only thing that's changed would be the market value. The market value of the apartments based upon the current sales, which Mr. Dwyer spoke about when you were speaking with him earlier. The current sales raised the market value of the apartments, and there was a similar increase in the market value of the non-residential portion of the project.
By about $400,000?
I don't have the number in front of me, but that sounds reasonable.
And regarding Wegmans, did you do any analysis as to what jobs are produced by Wegmans?
No, I didn't. I took standard numbers that are accepted in the planning industry based on retail use.
Do you anticipate or have any idea of knowing if the people working at the Wegmans will be some of the people potentially renting out the apartments?
They could be.
You had talked about a number being 850,000 per year for the non-residential component of it. Could you break out how much of that is for Wegmans and how much of it is for the 55,000 square feet of retail?
Approximately 2/3 of it would be for Wegmans. It's based on square footage. Wegmans is about 2/3 of the non-residential project, so 2/3 of 850,000.
But shouldn't an analysis really include what it's being used for? For example, Wegmans is a supermarket, but not all supermarkets are created equal. Much like you have retail space for 55,000 and not all retail space is created equal.
That's correct. That's correct. And when we look at market value, the market value reflects the users that are anticipated to be within the center.
Do you know if Wegmans does the typical amount of business for a typical supermarket, if they're more or less?
I think their square footage numbers are on the higher side.
Did you consider any negative impacts from this development as to how it could impact existing values within the township?
I read through the report that was submitted by the opposition. I saw some speculative information in there relative to a reduction in values based upon traffic increases, based upon the apartments, but I didn't see anything in there that would influence my opinion one way or the other. As I say, it was speculative information. There was no backup provided.
Well, I disagree with that, but obviously all information and all numbers are speculative to a degree because we're all trying to predict the future. In terms of Wegmans impacting businesses, is it logical to assume that Wegmans could impact some local businesses?
I can only base my opinion on my observations. So it would be anecdotal, but I have not seen any degradation in existing businesses based upon a Wegmans being located in the area. In fact, there are anecdotal studies that show that real estate values of residential properties increase when within a mile of a Wegmans.
And there are certainly studies which indicate that a mixed-use development like this can reduce property values, as can the traffic from it. So I certainly get that.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, I will disagree with you. So your belief, to make sure I understand this, your belief is that Wegmans would have no impact on any existing businesses, including Shady Brook Farms?
Correct.
Okay. Is that based on any study, or that's just your belief?
As I just explained to you, it's my opinion based upon my observations, having done this for a period of several decades.
Okay. Do you have any idea how much of Wegmans' business is going to be obtained from people within Lower Makefield and how much from outside of Lower Makefield?
No, I don't.
You had talked about the cost of to the school district for having a school-age kid. Is that price currently around $15,000, a little bit above that?
It's a little over 15. If you look at my study, it calls out $15,369, and that's the portion from local funds. There are funds from state and federal agencies as well.
So obviously, an increase in students would have a significant impact of about $15,000 per student.
Well, that's correct. But if you look at the total amount that would be generated on an annual basis to the school district, the number of students could increase by something in the neighborhood of 100, and there would still be a positive impact to the school district. So I'm really not concerned about that.
Again, presuming the rest of your numbers are accurate, which perhaps
I believe they are.
Currently, residential property values are the major source of tax revenue in Lower Makefield. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If hypothetically property values were to decrease because of a mixed-use development, because the apartment rents aren't what are as advertised, traffic concerns, other reasons, for whatever reason, if you presume property values decrease, have you thought about the impact of a 1 or 2% reduction in property values, what that would mean to Lower Makefield?
I haven't, because there's absolutely no reason to assume that. It's strictly hypothetical, strictly speculative.
As are the numbers you have provided, and I understand we disagree.
Mine are based on recognized standards. There's a difference.
Oh, I disagree. I believe ours are, and I think you not analyzing the use of the retail is problematic.
This isn't an argument. This isn't an argument. This is questions. I object.
Okay. This project has 3 particular components. Do all of them have to be profitable for this project to work?
No. Working together, they have to be profitable.
Okay. So if the apartments don't work out as advertised, this project is still viable?
It could be, but again, that's hypothetical. There's no reason to believe the apartments would not be successful.
No, I'm not asking if they will or won't be. I am just asking you to assume a hypothetical, which is that the apartments are not coming in at these rents and the apartments are not viable at these rents. Does this project work?
It's a mixed use project, so there's a synergy between the various uses.
Does the project work if the apartment rents have to get lowered?
I'm not going there. There's no reason to believe the apartment rents would have to be lowered.
If the apartment rents have to get lowered, Does this project work? It's just a yes or no, or an I don't know.
If those are my choices, it's an I don't know because you haven't given me enough information.
Mr. Goldberg, we get the gist that you're objecting to and disputing the findings of Mr. Amy. We get that. Maybe we can just move this along.
Sure, then let me just ask about the retail use. If the retail, and obviously we are in a COVID world, and obviously the retail has greatly been impacted. Retail was not doing great before, certainly is struggling now. If the retail doesn't work and the 50,000 square feet does not work, and you're not able to rent it out, does this project work? Again, either a yes, no, or I don't know.
Yes, it will still work.
Okay. If you take the belief, now, do you have any idea what stores would go in this retail?
I do not.
If you take the belief that your opinion that this project works with the retail, or I'm sorry, without the retail, does the project still work without the retail and with lower apartment rents?
I'm sorry, I told you I'm not going there with lower apartment rents. I don't have any reason to believe they would be lower.
Again, the answer is yes, no, or I don't know.
Mr. Goldberg, again, I think we get the gist of what you're saying.
Did you consider traffic impacts in any of your analysis?
No, I did not. There is another witness following me.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Mr. Harris?
My next witness is Chris Williams. We can find him. There he is. Chris, again, as I've said before, Mr. Goldberg and I have stipulated that our various witnesses qualify as experts. In this case, you as an expert traffic engineer. But in the same way that I asked John Kennedy and Ken Amy to give us a little background of your experience in this area, I'd ask you to start by doing that.
Excuse me,
Go ahead, Ms. Valley.
before we start, I don't know how long this witness is going to be. I've been working for over 2.5 hours now. I'm going to need a break. Any idea?
Oh, I suspect that Mr. Williams' testimony with questions is probably a half, 3/4 of an hour.
So,
I definitely need a break.
Mr. Weiss, maybe now's a good time before we start the next witness to take a short break for everybody.
That's a good idea. Let's take a 15-minute recess. This meeting is now in recess for 15 minutes. right, this hearing is back in session. Mr. Williams, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Ms. Lally, would we do that? And then we'll go forward.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Chris, as I said shortly before we took a break, although we've stipulated to your expertise and your curriculum vitae is Exhibit A-10, I would like you to take a moment and explain your experience as a traffic engineer in conducting traffic studies for major projects such as this one.
Certainly. So hello, everyone. My name is Chris Williams. I am a principal with McMahon Associates, and I serve as the traffic project manager for this project. A little bit about McMahon. McMahon is a traffic engineering and planning firm, and we are located locally in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. A little about me. I've been working as a traffic engineer for just about 29 years. And I've been employed by McMahon for just about 25 years. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Delaware, and I'm a licensed professional engineer in Pennsylvania. In terms of my project work is primarily spent preparing traffic studies for land development projects, such as this. And then also a large portion of my work is spent representing other municipalities as their appointed traffic engineer. And in that capacity, I very often review traffic studies that have been prepared by other developers on behalf of the municipality.
And can you give me an overview of the scope of your traffic study?
Yes, and there is there's a presentation, a traffic presentation that I'll get to momentarily, but if we could get that.
That's A11.
So McMahon was retained to prepare a traffic study for this site should the overlay ordinance get approved. In terms of the scope of the study, I'll begin by noting first that this traffic impact study scope evolved over several months earlier this year based on review and coordination with the township traffic engineer. The scope that has now been submitted, the scope of the study that has now been submitted with this application has been reviewed and approved by the township's traffic engineer. Also, the scope of this traffic study is based on PennDOT's guidelines for traffic studies. I will also note that we have met with PennDOT regarding the scope of this traffic study. The purpose of the study is to evaluate the traffic impacts from a mixed-use development on the site should the overlay ordinance be approved. Because this development is a mix of residential and retail, the study evaluates 3 peak hours when traffic is heaviest for the proposed development. Those would be the weekday morning commuter rush hour, the weekday afternoon commuter rush peak hour, the Saturday midday peak hour. Also, the traffic study, I'll note this, the traffic study evaluates several scenarios. First off, we evaluate existing conditions based on traffic counts that were conducted. In this case, the counts were conducted in 2019, prior to any of the effects of COVID-19. We also analyze traffic conditions in the years 2023 and 2028 without the subject development, but which includes background traffic growth based on PennDOT's growth rate, as well as traffic from 8 other approved or proposed developments in the area. And then finally, we evaluated traffic conditions in the future years 2023 and 2028 again, but this time with the subject development, which includes the traffic generated by the proposed mixed-use development. And that's based on traffic data estimates from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE. So what does this mean? So the estimates of traffic generated by this development come from data published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers in their most recent publication titled Trip Generation 10th Edition. This resource provides methods for estimating traffic based on actual studies and actual trip counts for other similar land uses. This is a very reliable and widely accepted method for estimating site trips, and it is the method that is used for projects in Lower Makefield, and it's the method used for PennDOT as well. So you may hear testimony from another traffic report prepared by the opposition, which indicates that we may have somehow incorrectly estimated the traffic generated by the supermarket portion of the project. I'll tell you that that's not true. There is very clear direction provided by ITE as to how to estimate the traffic for a supermarket, and we followed that direction. Essentially, without getting too technical, per the ITE information, when the ITE database of information provided, when there's over 20 data points or data samples provided, then it is appropriate to use what is called the equation method for estimating supermarket traffic. And that is exactly what we did here. I'll also offer that this is the same method that we have used for other supermarket projects, and it's been accepted in those situations as well. So I'm very confident in the approach that we used. Also, the township traffic engineer has reviewed the study and had no issue with the supermarket trip generation. And then also we started the review process with PennDOT for the traffic study, and PennDOT has had no comments thus far with our method of supermarket trip generation. However, I will say that if at some point in the process, if we receive comments from PennDOT, and if we are somehow required to revise the study, which I don't suspect will be the case, but if that were the case, the township will absolutely be copied on all of that information, and we'll have full opportunity to review the results as part of the development review process, which really is a separate process that would happen later, separate from the ordinance hearing process, which is what we're here for this evening. The study area focuses on key intersections surrounding the site. The study evaluates a total of 5 intersections around the site, plus the site accesses and the Shady Brook Farm main access. The most critical intersections near the site, which experience heavy congestion today, are the intersections of the Newtown Bypass and Stony Hill Road, and the Newtown Bypass and the I-295 westbound off-ramp. And we've studied those intersections. With regard to the study intersections, again, you may hear testimony from another traffic report prepared by the opposition that we did not somehow study the appropriate number of intersections. The study intersections that we included in our study were expanded based on input from the township traffic engineer. So we did go through a very careful review process. And ultimately, again, we did receive approval on the study intersections from the township's traffic engineer. The intersections studied focus on those closest to the site and those that experience really the worst congestion. Since they are closest to the site, it is these intersections that will then theoretically experience the most impact from this development, which is why we focused on those intersections. All other further outlying intersections that are suggested by this other traffic report, some of which I'll point out are not even located in Lower Makefield, they will experience less development traffic as the site traffic dissipates and filters through the area as you move further away from the site. Also, for the board's benefit, there are industry resources that provide guidelines for how to determine study intersections, but I'll offer that these are only guidelines. And that is how PennDOT treats those resources, as just guidelines. Guidelines do not replace local knowledge of the area. And I can tell you that in all of my experience working with PennDOT, PennDOT does not follow these guidelines as standards or requirements. As I said before, we have started conversations with PennDOT on the scope of the traffic study, and they've indicated thus far that they agree with our study intersections. However, since this site is located along a state road, if for some reason during the review process, PennDOT requires that we would study additional intersections, we'll have to do so. And the township, again, will be copied on those studies. So, as I said before, the township will stay totally involved as a key stakeholder in the process, and we'll have full opportunity to review the results as part of the development review process, which again is separate from the ordinance hearing. Finally, I just want to offer that based on the work done thus far, I'm very confident that the intersections selected for this traffic study are appropriate to assess the traffic impacts at the most critical area intersections that are of greatest issue. And I see no need to expand the intersections. As traffic engineers.
Chris, and I don't know whether you're about to move into the actual scope of what you did.
I'm in a minute. I had a couple points I wanted to make, and then I'll move into that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to provide a little further background. As traffic engineers, we evaluate intersections based on the amount of delay it experiences. We focus on the delay during the worst hours of the day when traffic is heaviest, and in this case, we are focused on the peak 60 minutes. The logic being that if we can address and improve traffic conditions during the worst 60 minutes of the day, then it will be better during all other hours of the day. And then depending on the amount of delay experienced, the intersection is assigned a letter grade, also known as level of service. The level of service for an intersection varies from A to F, with A being the best with very, very little delay, and F being the worst with excessive delay. At signalized intersections in a suburban area, such as Lower Makefield, level of service D or better is a standard for highly desirable and very effective traffic conditions. Level of service E starts to represent an increase in delay, but which frankly is not necessarily bad or uncommon, especially at high volume signalized locations. Level of service F is the point at which the intersection delay is excessive and improvements should be considered. So the concept of level of service is kind of like a report card, but unlike your school report card, in this case, really just the F is bad. A through D is considered very good. E is very often normal, especially in high traffic volume settings during peak hours. So as I said before, traditionally the purpose of a traffic study is to determine the incremental impact from the traffic generated by the proposed development. Then based on level of service at the study intersections, if there is an unacceptable worsening of the level of service, then improvements are identified to mitigate the impact of the development traffic. This traffic study identifies the improvements needed to mitigate the impact of the development at the offsite intersections. And this study also identifies improvements that are needed to ensure the accesses operate acceptably. However, by mitigating the development's traffic impact, that means traffic conditions are no worse in the future with the development than they would be in the future without the development. So by just mitigating the development's impact, this does not mean that traffic conditions in the area will function well, since we know traffic conditions are poor today, especially at the two intersections that we studied along the Newtown bypass. So with all of this in mind, and in working with the township's traffic engineer, this study that we've prepared goes one step further. This study also identifies road improvements that will greatly enhance traffic conditions at the bypass intersections. So they are more than just mitigated, but rather they will operate better than they do today. So with all of this as background as to the scope of the study, I want to provide, so where I was going to go next was provide an overview of the results, starting with an inward look at the site and then moving outwards.
Now, the report that you've provided to the township is this big booklet. We've marked it as Exhibit A12. Obviously, we're not going to go through this thing page by page, but I believe you prepared a PowerPoint presentation, which we marked for identification A11. And if you go through that and describe the overall scope of the report.
Yes, certainly. So if we can turn to the next slide. There we go. So we're going to start with a look at the site driveways. The site is located on the east side of Stony Hill Road across from Shady Brook Farm. There is a total site frontage of 2,825 feet. There are a total of 4 driveways proposed to serve the site. However, there's only one full movement driveway. The full movement driveway is proposed opposite the Shady Brook Farm driveway, and a traffic signal is proposed at this location. Additionally, at this main driveway, it will a separate left turn lane and a separate right turn lane along Stony Hill Road will be provided for access into the site, as well as a separate left turn lane for access into Shady Brook Farm. The other three driveways provide limited turning movements. The two accesses north of or to the left of the main driveway, as shown on the slide, are both proposed as right in, right out driveways. And a right turn lane will be provided along Stony Hill Road at both of these driveway locations. The final access at the north end of the site, or at the left edge of the slide, is a right in, right out, left in driveway. And this access will also provide a left turn lane and a right turn lane along Stony Hill Road for access into the site. These three unsignalized driveways will have restricted turning movements, and as such will provide concrete islands to physically restrict the prohibited turning movements. Also, I should mention Stony Hill Road is a state road, so these driveways will need to be reviewed and approved by PennDOT. Also, along the full length of the site frontage, and it's shown in sort of a beige color, along the full length of the site frontage is proposed a pedestrian path along the edge of Stony Hill Road on this slide. And so that is proposed as a multi-use pedestrian path along the site frontage. If we can turn to the next slide. So this slide shows the site frontage as it extends along Stony Hill Road, where it meets with Township Line Road. So as shown on the slide, the path, again shown in a faint beige color, continues along the Stony Hill Road site frontage to the intersection with Stony Hill Road. As part of this project, it is proposed to provide a crossing across the signalized intersection to tie into an existing path that is located today on the south side of Stony Hill Road, where it turns to the east towards I-295. That existing path terminates at I-295, and the path doesn't go any further. If we can turn to the next slide. So this slide shows road improvements that are proposed in connection with this project. So it is proposed to continue the existing path over the I-295 bridge. And this, it's difficult to see, but this plan shows an 8-foot wide path along Stony Hill Road over the I-295 bridge. Also, this slide shows sort of on the left edge of the slide, it shows a gateway median on the west side of the bridge, for which the purpose of the median is to change the character of the road, let motorists know they are entering the Edgewood Village area. And it's really a strategy to slow down vehicle traffic, to create sort of a gateway presence, but to slow down vehicle traffic along Stony Hill Road as they're entering the Edgewood Village area. On the east side of the bridge, after we've crossed 295, it's proposed to continue the path as a sidewalk, which is shown in sort of an orange color. And that sidewalk will then connect with the new sidewalk that was recently constructed by the Artis Senior Living Development. So with these pedestrian improvements, we will have provided a pedestrian connection between the site and Edgewood Village. And as with the site driveways, this section of Stony Hill Road is also a state road. So these pedestrian-related improvements will need to be reviewed and approved by PennDOT as well. I will note that we have started conversations with PennDOT for the review of this plan. If we can turn to the next slide, we can talk about the off-site traffic improvements. Nope, previous slide. Nope, the other way. There we go. Thank you. So we know traffic is an issue in the area today, certainly even more so pre-COVID-19. So this site is surrounded by some key roadways, and not the least of which is Route 332 or the bypass and I-295. Our office has been involved in other traffic studies in the area, and we have seen firsthand, and we have heard from the community just how congested these roads can get today. As a traffic engineer, I'll offer that I'm thrilled to be a part of a project like this, whereby it is proposed to provide a very comprehensive package of traffic improvements, which I'd like to explain. So the estimated cost of these road improvements, which I'm going to describe, is approximately $6.5 million. So what are those improvements? Well, we have seen and we have heard about the congestion along the bypass traveling east and west to and from I-295. And near the site, the intersection of the bypass and Stony Hill Road experiences traffic congestion on a regular basis. So as shown on this slide in the upper left corner is the intersection of the bypass and Stony Hill Road, which it's a signalized intersection. As shown in black arrows, today there are 2 eastbound through lanes for traffic oriented towards I-295 and 1 eastbound right turn lane. In the westbound direction, traveling away from 295, there are 2 through lanes and 1 left turn lane. So as part of this project, it is proposed to widen and improve the intersection for additional lanes as shown in yellow. It's proposed to provide a second westbound left turn lane. So there will be a total of 2 left turn lanes to travel south on Stony Hill Road. Also, it's proposed to provide a 3rd eastbound through lane through the intersection, and which will continue eastbound along Stony Hill Road to the intersection with I-295. So in the upper right corner of this slide is the intersection of the bypass and the I-295 westbound ramps. Today, there's daily congestion exiting the ramp, even more so pre-COVID-19. The heaviest movement from the ramp is turning right to travel westbound along the bypass. This congestion causes a backup of traffic, which can extend down the ramp. At the off-ramp today, there is a single exiting left turn lane and a single exiting right turn lane. However, as part of this project, it is proposed to modify and widen the off-ramp to provide a separate left turn lane and a second right turn lane. So there will be a total of 2 right turn lanes to continue west along the bypass. And that additional lane is shown in yellow again. Also at the bottom of this slide is the signalized intersection of Stony Hill Road and Township Line Road. So this intersection actually operates well today. However, as part of our study, we have identified the need to modify the traffic signal and to provide a right turn signal phase to more easily accommodate the right turn movement from westbound Stony Hill Road for traffic that wishes to travel northbound on Stony Hill Road. So if we can turn to the next slide, we can talk in a little bit more detail about traffic operations without and then with these improvements. So again, we spoke before, as traffic engineers, we focus on the peak 60 minutes or the worst 60 minutes of the day. We evaluate traffic conditions based on the delay experienced at the intersection. And then depending on the delay, the intersection is assigned a letter grade or a level of service, with A through D being very desirable, highly effective. E is not uncommon and very often is acceptable, but really F is the point at which the delay is excessive. And that's the point at which improvements are needed. In the case of this presentation, however, we're going to label A through D as acceptable or desirable. And we're going to use the color green to signify an intersection operating at level of service A through D. Then we'll use the color red to identify those intersections that are operating at either level of service E or level of service F, even though, again, level of service E is really not uncommon. So how did these intersections do today? And again, this is based on pre-COVID-19 traffic counts. So as shown here, and this really is probably not a surprise to any of you, you travel these roads much more than I do. In the upper left corner, we're showing current conditions at the intersection of the bypass and Stony Hill Road. And as you can see, the intersection, focusing on the weekday peak hours, the intersection operates at level of service E and F, both shown in red. To the right side of the slide, the intersection of the bypass and the I-295 westbound ramp operates today at level of service E and F, both shown in red. And I should say this is really the delay condition for the traffic that's coming off of the off-ramp, which is the most critical aspect of that intersection. Lastly, the intersection of Stony Hill Road and Township Line Road at the bottom of the slide actually operates well today. It's operating at a level of service B, shown in green. So if we can go to the next slide. So now let's take a look at how these same intersections will operate in the future, even if the Prickett property does not develop. For the purposes of this exercise, we're looking at projected traffic conditions in the year 2028, which includes anticipated traffic growth, but it does not include any traffic from a mixed-use development on this site. So this is what traffic conditions will look like in the future if nothing else changes at these intersections. No development occurs on this property, but if normal traffic growth occurs. So no surprise, if we do nothing, and if there are no traffic improvements, then traffic conditions will get worse in the future. At the intersection of the bypass and Stony Hill Road in the upper left corner, it will operate really at a worse level of service E and F, both shown in red. At the intersection of the bypass and the 295 westbound ramp in the upper right corner, the off ramp will operate at a worse level of service E and F, again, both shown in red. And then lastly, the intersection of Stony Hill Road and Township Line Road at the bottom of the slide actually continues to operate well at level of service B and D, both shown in green. So in general, and again, no surprise, if we do nothing, but if traffic grows normally and naturally over time, traffic conditions and delays will continue to be poor and they will get worse. So let's go to the next slide. So now we're going to take a look at how these same intersections will operate in the future with the traffic from the mixed-use development on this property, but if there are no new traffic improvements. So in other words, with these intersections set up exactly as they are today, but with the additional traffic from the mixed-use development. Again, no surprise if we add the additional traffic from the development, but if there are no associated traffic improvements, then conditions get worse. At the bypass intersection with Stony Hill Road in the upper left corner, the intersection operates with a worse E and F. So that means the intersection will operate with even more delay. At the intersection of the bypass and the 295 westbound off-ramp in the upper right corner, the off-ramp will operate at a worse E and F, both shown in red, which again, the intersection operates with more delay. Lastly, at the intersection of Stony Hill Road and Township Line Road at the bottom of the slide, the intersection actually continues to operate well in at least the morning peak hour at a level of service C, shown in green, but in the afternoon, there will be an increase in delay such that the intersection will operate at an F, level of service F, shown in red. So no surprise, but if we add the traffic from this development, but if we do nothing else in the way of traffic improvements, conditions will get worse and delays will increase worse than they are today. So before we switch to the next slide, so the last scenario, we reanalyzed traffic conditions at these intersections for a final scenario, which includes the following: all of today's traffic based on pre-COVID-19 traffic counts, added traffic, additional traffic due to normal traffic growth, as well as due to traffic from other developments in the area. And then also the added traffic as generated by the mixed-use development on the Prickett property. And then also with the offsite improvements that I previously summarized. With all of that in mind, if we can turn to the next slide. So as you can see on this slide, it's all green in the final column on the tables on this slide. So traffic conditions are improved at each of these intersections. And at the most critical intersections along the bypass, traffic conditions are actually better than they are today. At the intersection of the bypass and Stony Hill Road in the upper left corner, the intersection operates at a C and D, both shown in green, which is much improved, which is highly effective, especially at a high volume suburban location. And that's better than the intersection operates today. At the intersection of the bypass and the 295 westbound ramp in the upper right corner, the off ramp will operate at a D, both shown in green in both peak hours, which again is highly effective, very desirable at a high volume suburban intersection. And again, it's better than the intersection operates today. The intersection of Stony Hill Road and Township Line Road at the bottom of the slide will operate well at a level of service B and D, shown in green. And then also shown in green for both peak hours is the main signalized driveway intersection to the development, which will operate at a level of service B in both peak hours. So with regard to the main signalized intersection, it's reminded that it is located opposite the Shady Brook Farm driveway. We know that during Shady Brook Farm special events, traffic conditions are a problem. You may hear testimony from this other traffic report that the mixed use development will somehow create a problem for Shady Brook Farm traffic. I might agree with that if there were not major traffic improvements proposed with the mixed use developments. However, I can say with confidence that if the mixed use development and its traffic improvements, well, if they're not built, so if the mixed use development doesn't occur and if the traffic improvements do not occur, then traffic conditions will continue to be a problem for Shady Brook Farm event traffic as they are today. However, with the Prickett mixed use development and with the site access improvements, with the traffic signal, with the proposed off-site traffic improvements, I can say confidently that the area roads will be able to handle Shady Brook Farm event traffic much better than it can today. This is also especially true given the fact that much of the Shady Brook Farm event traffic occurs off-peak. But regardless, even during the peak hours, with the proposed road improvements, the area road system will be much better prepared to handle Shady Brook Farm traffic. So in the future, with normal traffic growth, also with the added traffic from a mixed use development on this property, and with the described improvements, traffic improvements, we can improve traffic conditions dramatically, and the critical bypass intersections will operate better than they do today, solving what we know today is a real traffic problem. There's one other point I want to make with regard to the traffic study, and it has to do with testimony we may hear from this other traffic report, somehow indicating that the applicant should have completed a traffic study comparison between the proposed mixed-use development and the currently permitted uses on the site. The study that McMahon prepared does not provide this comparison, but nor do I believe that it's necessary. I say this because Lower Makefield has seen studies in the past as to what could be developed on the property. And most recently, with the special exception approval for the warehouse use, a study was prepared, and the township has seen that study. So there really is no new information to be gained. However, for what I'll tell you anecdotally, the proposed mixed-use development, just being upfront, the proposed mixed-use development will generate more traffic than the permitted use. However, I'll also tell you that with those permitted uses, there is no obligation or offer to construct major off-site traffic improvements. To reinforce this point, PennDOT previously reviewed and approved the traffic study for the warehouse use, and there was no requirement from PennDOT to build any off-site traffic improvements. So to really make a logical comparison, we cannot just look at the differences in traffic between the mixed-use development and the currently permitted uses on the site. Rather, it's necessary to look at the differences in traffic operations, and with the overlay ordinance approved And with the mixed use development in place and with the proposed $6.5 million worth of offsite traffic improvements, traffic conditions are better in the future with the mixed use development than they would be with the permitted uses under the current zoning. And in fact, in the future with the mixed use development, they're better. The conditions are better than they would be today at the key bypass intersections. Next slide, please. So almost done here. Before I finish, I just want to explain in a little bit more detail the scope of the offsite traffic improvements. So on this slide, north is up. This shows the intersection of Stony Hill Road and the bypass, with the bypass running left to right. Stony Hill Road is on the right side, running off the bottom of the slide. So in orange, it shows the road widening of the bypass to provide a third eastbound through lane and a second westbound left turn lane. In burgundy, it shows areas of median reconstruction, and in yellow, it shows the limits of paving improvements. We can go to the next slide. So this slide continues easterly along the bypass. And again, on this slide, north is up. It shows the bypass between Stony Hill Road, which is just off the slide on the left, and 295 on the right side of the slide. So this slide shows continuation of the third eastbound through lane along the bypass, terminating at the 295 ramp. This slide also shows the extension of the widening for a second left turn lane on the bypass westbound at its intersection with Stony Hill Road. So again, in orange, it shows road widening to provide the third eastbound through lane and a second westbound left turn lane. In burgundy, it shows the median reconstruction. And in yellow, it shows the limits of paving improvements. We can go to the next slide and the final slide. So on this slide, north is oriented actually to the right, and the image is turned to better show the 295 westbound off-ramp. This slide shows the widening and reconfiguration of the westbound off-ramp to provide a single second left turn lane and two right turn lanes coming off of the off-ramp to then continue west along the bypass. Also, as part of this intersection improvement, the right turn movement is actually reconfigured, and it's included within the intersection as part of the traffic signal. So again, in orange, it shows the road widening to provide the additional lanes, and in yellow, it shows the limits of the paving improvements. So that's it in terms of the traffic improvements and the information I wanted to share this evening. Just a few key takeaways, if I may. Traffic conditions are a problem today, but I think it's safe to say that all of you are very well informed on that. Over time in the future, whether this site is developed or not, traffic conditions will get worse without traffic improvements. And again, these traffic improvements really are needed today. And then finally, with the traffic improvements that were presented this evening, but also even with the Prickett mixed-use development, traffic conditions will dramatically improve. And in fact, at the bypass intersections, traffic conditions will be better than they are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Weiss, may I interrupt for a second?
Sure, Ms. Kirk.
First, Mr. Harris, did you have any other questions of Mr. Williams?
No, I was just about to say, does the board have any questions?
It just occurred to me that we're now at 5 after 10. I understand Mr. Williams will need to be cross-examined by Mr. Goldberg. And Mr. Goldberg, I believe, has 3 witnesses that he would like to make offers. There appears to be a fairly large number of public members that are available and want to make comment. Obviously, this is a meeting occurring during the work week, and it's probably not practical to assume we'll be able to get through everything along with all public comment. I was going to make a recommendation that since Mr. Harris is finished with his chief witnesses, And after Mr. Williams is cross-examined, that I don't believe there's any more formal witnesses on Mr. Harris's end. And if that's the case, we open public comment, let Mr. Goldberg present his witnesses, because I understand they were being offered as experts as well, and then possibly carry the hearing to a date next week if all board members are available. I know personally myself that the township has meetings already scheduled for Monday evening and next Thursday evening. So I was looking at maybe another Wednesday for the board, since that's something that they normally do. I think that date would be available. And then this way people can get finished in a reasonable hour, and we can make an announcement as to a date certain, so there's no confusion as to who's waiting to make a comment.
Barbara, may I add a point in there? So in other words, if we get through the witnesses tonight, what I would suggest is I was texting Monica, I believe 37 people waiting.
Okay.
I believe that we would have the time, provided if we set a meeting date as an example, to get people's information and let them call back into that next meeting and put them in the queue in the same order that they are in. So if you're sitting there 6th and you called back in, we would put you back in the system that you'd be 6th. And then anybody new calling in that would be outside, let's say the 37 sitting there, if you called in and you weren't in the queue right now, the first available number would be whatever's next, 37 or 38. That way, at least people who've been waiting and good sitting there to talk wouldn't be potentially relegated to the back of the line if they're sitting there, in the upper half.
That sounds reasonable, but that would make sense. And that would actually be keeping, I think, in line with what we did at the Planning Commission earlier meetings, where we had those 3 fairly large meetings at one of the middle schools. So that makes sense, and it gives everybody the opportunity to give their name, and we can have them in a certain order. It's being offered to the board as a suggestion, because I don't think anybody wants to be here till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
And as an additional caveat, and I'm sure this will be a question for people who might be a bit aggravated with this, if you were 4th, 5th, 6th, whatever, and you happen to be delayed, and you still would get, even if you didn't get that number, you'd be queued in at the most reasonable period. So, if it ended up being, what I'm saying, if you were late, you wouldn't necessarily go to the back of the line. We would do our best to keep that in as much intact as possible.
And Kurt, if I can just ask, because I don't see it on this side, Monica has the ability to know who's coming in when they call?
I think what we would do is we would need to go back through the list, get basic information from people, get their name, give them their number. We'd have that logged. And then when they called back in, when they identified themselves, we would have a list that we could, we would be able to assign to their name.
Okay.
Monica, you're sitting there. That sounds feasible, does it not? Tell me if it doesn't.
Yes, that is feasible. Callers, if you're on the line, please stay on the line so we can get your information.
Okay, having that information, is it agreeable to the board that after we hear testimony from Mr. Goldberg's witnesses, we continue until next week at a date certain?
I'll make that motion.
No, before you do that, I prefer that we make the continuance to 6:30 p.m. on September 2nd. I may not be in the township next Wednesday.
Is that a Wednesday, John?
That is a Wednesday.
That would be a conflict for me, gentlemen. I apologize. I have another municipal meeting that day.
The only other question about that date is that is also a regularly scheduled board meeting on the 2nd.
Yes, it could services both.
Mr. Lewis, may I ask, and I'm not trying to pry, are you going to be someplace that could be viable for you to connect via Zoom?
Potentially. I haven't solved the location yet, so it is very potential that that's the case, but
And if I might add, next week, we currently do not have meetings on the hook for Monday or Tuesday. I believe next week is free.
Yeah, Monday is normally the Planning Commission meeting.
Yes, but we don't have that officially scheduled yet.
Okay.
Agenda items. And also the following Monday, the 31st, is also available as another alternative. Just throwing that out there.
So we could do Monday.
Yeah.
I can't do,
My preference would be the 31st, if that's the Monday.
Yes.
Yeah, I could probably make that work.
August 31st.
Yeah.
And when you say that the plan is that the experts from the other side, Mr. Goldberg's witnesses, would be finished tonight,
Correct.
the next time we resume, it'll be public comment?
Yes.
Yes. So does the 31st work for the board? Okay.
Yes,
so-
if you're asking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grenier.
I'm just saying yes, so you make sure you.
Okay, so after we hear testimony from Mr. Goldberg's witnesses, it'll be okay. We have agreement to, well, actually, we'll vote. So can we have a motion to continue?
Fred, I'm sorry, can you wait 1 second? Can you just check, like, for example, with the developer and stuff? I mean, clearly they'd have to meet our meeting schedule, that they don't have people out of town or anything, or at their own other meeting.
31st works for us.
Okay. All right, so.
And one more question, Barbara, does that or does that not require an advertisement?
Does not. If we start at the meeting, at a hearing tonight, if we set a date certain announced tonight, that satisfies the requirement for any further publication.
So after the testimony from Mr. Goldberg's experts, we can recess and continue for the 31st at 6:30 p.m.
Yep, as long as it's announced.
Do we make that, I'm sorry, do we make that motion now or after they
We can
actually?
make
go
that
through?
motion now. Mhm.
Okay,
I'll make that motion to move the meeting to August 31st at 6:30, or reconvene, I should say.
Okay,
I'll second.
I have a second. I don't think we need any further discussion. All those in favor to, after hearing Mr. Goldberg's witnesses, to continue until the 31st at 6:30 p.m., raise your hand, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, after Mr. Goldberg's witnesses, we will have a continuation for public comment on August 31st at 6:30 p.m. Okay, with that, I will ask any of the members of the board. Mr. McCartney.
Just a quick question, Chris. You stated in your testimony that you did your traffic study during the busiest times of the day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you did a study during the seasonal push at Shady Brook, correct?
Well, busiest time of a normal day. So this is a retail use and a residential use, the peak hours that are most critical for those land uses are your weekday morning rush hour, your weekday evening rush hour, and then we also looked at your Saturday midday peak hour because that's a relevant peak for retail conditions. We did not specifically study or count traffic during any Shady Brook Farm event traffic conditions.
And I guess my question would be, why wouldn't you, knowing that that's an impact on the intersection?
Couple of reasons. One, that's, yes, Shady Brook runs special events for a few months over the course of a year, but that is not your typical peak hour conditions. It's kind of like, it's akin to each of us in our private lives during the holidays. We may have a holiday party where you've got a lot of people over your house, but that's not your typical conditions throughout the course of the year. So, the rules that we're supposed to follow is we are evaluating traffic conditions during typical peak hour conditions. What I will say, though, with absolute confidence, that even if we were to have studied traffic conditions during Shady Brook Farm special events, we would show much, significant improvement in traffic conditions with this package of improvements.
And I guess my question is why, that's exactly what the question would be, is why wouldn't you if it supports your case?
Part of it's timing. At the time that we were commissioned to do the study, it was in the spring. It wasn't during Shady Brook Farm special event condition that I'm aware of.
Didn't you conduct the study in that a traffic study prior to in 2019 for zoning?
We did. The counts were actually conducted in spring of 2019.
So between the time that you were commissioned to do the counts in spring of 2019, knowing that there was traffic issues during special events during the holidays at Shady Brook, which happened at the end of 2019, you didn't think that it would be imperative to do a count during that time for a future?
No, because again, we're analyzing your typical peak hour conditions. Again, Shady Brook Farm, if Shady Brook Farm special event traffic was the norm throughout the year, then yes, we probably would have felt an obligation to study that condition. But that's not the norm throughout the year. That's a few months over the course of the year. I'll also offer that Shady Brook Farm event traffic may overlap with our peak hours, but a lot of its traffic is also occurring off-peak in the evenings when traffic conditions, your commuter traffic has quieted down and there's just not as much regular commuter traffic. So there's not always an overlap there.
So you knew the condition, but your approach was essentially not to study the condition during an actual event. You would just use the hypothetical of what would happen, correct?
Well, the approach we take, so again, we've identified the impact. We've conducted a study that analyzes traffic conditions during typical peak conditions, and that's the basis that we would use to design traffic improvements. That's the same methodology that the township would use or PennDOT would use when they're designing traffic improvements. They're looking at your typical peak conditions. If road improvements, throughout the region were designed during those sort of unique special event conditions, you would have really an overbuild of traffic improvements. It's not your typical peak conditions.
So would it be better for you to withdraw the testimony stating specifically what the improvements to the road would or would not impact to Shady Brook rather than including a hypothetical?
No, because I feel so my point was, if Prickett Preserve mixed use development does not occur, then there will not be the offer of traffic improvements that are proposed in connection with the development. So what that means is conditions will be exactly what they are today.
Correct.
And we know today Shady Brook Farms special events cause a traffic problem. What my point is, with the Prickett Preserve mixed use development, there comes with that a very comprehensive package of traffic improvements. With those improvements, we not only mitigate the impact of Prickett Preserve. By mitigating the impact of Prickett Preserve, we're just improving traffic back to what it would be what it would be normally without Prickett Preserve. We're actually going many steps further. With Prickett Preserve and with the package of traffic improvements, we are dramatically improving traffic such that traffic conditions are better than they are today. So what that tells me is we have added so much additional capacity back into the road system that there is additional capacity to support other traffic generators in the area. And, our closest neighbor being Shady Brook Farm, there will be a lot of added capacity in the road system to handle Shady Brook Farm traffic that wouldn't otherwise be there. So with that capacity in place, Shady Brook Farm traffic will have an easier time traveling.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mr. Brenner?
Thank you. Mr. Fiacco, I'm going to call him into play here, so you may need to be sworn in here in a second. Actually, thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Fiacco, this question will be for you. I don't know, should he be sworn in before I ask the question or after?
Yes, everybody should be sworn in before they make a presentation to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thanks, Joe. All right, real quick, very general question, but in your opinion, does the traffic study completed by McMahon meet Township, PennDOT, ITE, or other professional standard practices for completing traffic studies?
Yes, I'd say it goes a little further because the Board of Supervisors specifically wanted to make sure that this development was not only going to not wasn't going to make traffic matters worse. We were looking to see that it actually made improvements. So the traffic study goes over and above what PennDOT would normally require, because like Chris said, the future conditions with the development and the significant improvements will actually be better than what we're seeing today, current delays. Well, current pre-COVID delays.
I got you. And my next question is you started going there, but I'll ask, do the proposed traffic improvements meet or exceed what would typically be required by PennDOT or others?
It exceeds, I'd say it significantly exceeds what would be required by a typical township or PennDOT.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fiacco. Mr. Williams, yeah, I've asked this question a couple times before, so it's nothing new here, but specific to the improvements with lane widenings or additional lanes and whatnot, can you touch on any additional off-site right-of-way requirements that you may have with private landowners or other landowners, and what process that would undertake?
Yes. Yes, certainly. So right-of-way is needed along the south side of the Newtown bypass to accommodate the widening. It affects a total of two different property owners. The process, being that this project is being initiated as a private development project, the process would involve a representative, in all likelihood, from the development team reaching out to those property owners in an effort to secure the right-of-way in whatever means are considered fair and reasonable.
And I'm not asking you to speculate necessarily, but are you fairly confident that can be worked out?
Yes.
In what you know, but okay.
Yes.
And then, thank you. And then one last, getting back to Shady Brook, because I know that's a concern on multiple levels in that area. I guess I'll ask a two-part question. In this, is the township or is your client responsible in any way to provide for Shady Brook's traffic issues, to improve Shady Brook's current traffic issues?
No.
Okay. Related to that, has Shady Brook offered to take part in any traffic improvements that you'll be providing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And Mr. Fiacco, this might be for you, and I'm not sure if I'll ask this the right way, but I'll try. Under normal circumstances, when we have a venue that hosts large public events with thousands upon thousands of cars over a lengthy period, would a township typically ask that type of venue to provide some sort of traffic improvement plan?
I would say yes. If Stony Brook was proposing, if Shady Brook was proposing to do a light show that they never did before and was predicting the kind of traffic that we realize, then the township would ask them to analyze, what that's going to be like. This is a condition that's already existing, and the improvements aren't likely to solve all the Shady Brook traffic problems, but they're certainly going to improve them. And they may still need to have police presence during the worst times when the activities are taking place. But I would think the improvements that are proposed would minimize, when they need to start having, a police flagger, for example, at the point where the traffic signal would no longer be able to handle the traffic on its own. So it's definitely going to improve conditions. I don't see it solving all the traffic problems that Shady Brook creates.
Yeah, thank you. And one last statement, Mr. Williams, I believe your client has stated in the past that they're willing to work with Shady Brook during their seasonal events to work together to make sure that traffic continues to flow. Is that a fair statement?
That's my understanding, but I would suggest my client should probably clarify that, but that is my understanding.
Yeah, good point. I guess Mr. Harris, would you like, or Mr. I can't see who's on the screen over there. Mr. Harris, or Mr. DeLuca, would you care to comment on that?
We have obviously offered to work with Shady Brook. Our improvements are what Mr. Williams has described as signalized intersections. So to the extent the signal helps mitigate some of that, or the road widenings on the bypass, or Stony Hill Township Line Road intersection, that's the extent. We haven't had any in-depth discussions at all with Shady Brook about any significant improvement or whatever that Shady Brook might want to make. That would be Shady Brook.
Okay, thank you. And ultimately, all your ingress, egress from the site and your improvements have to be approved by PennDOT before anything's finalized, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Weiss. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lewis?
Yeah. First, Mr. Williams, you make a sound analysis of weekday peak traffic improvements. What would the impact be on Saturday midday times on the intersections?
The Saturday results are similar. The improvements are not as dramatic because the problems today on Saturday are not as severe. So we focus, in the interest of time, we focus the presentation on the weekday peak hours because those are the critical peak hours today when traffic congestion is a problem today. But I'll offer that the improvements that are offered have a similar level of benefit on Saturday when retail traffic is heavy, whereby with these improvements, with the development, these intersections will operate acceptably. And if I were to have included Saturday in those charts, you would see green levels of service for Saturday as well.
Along those lines, on page 3 of the traffic improvement study, this 2023 Saturday mid-peak hours, on 2 of the 3 intersections, there's actually an increase in the delay in the number of seconds with the resultant change in improvements. So, and again, if we're looking at this, we can say that there are people who benefit from the traffic improvements in a significant manner. I think that's fair to say. Would you agree that there are people who benefit depending on the time that they travel the road, and there are people that don't benefit depending on the time that they travel the road, correct?
I'm not, what are you referring to when you say page 3 of which report?
It's the summary of transportation improvements and alternative analysis for Prickett Preserve. This is dated January 22nd, 2020, that one.
That was not submitted with the application, so I don't have that document in front of me. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Which one are you looking at? Which one's the one you look at? I can find that one for you if you're looking for it. In essence, there are 2 of the 3 intersections that you analyzed, and there's an increase in the delay and the peak the number of seconds. Again, it does not change, it doesn't put them out of the range of acceptability, but it does mean that there are winners and losers.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, without knowing what you're looking at, and is it a McMahon report that you're referring to?
Yep.
I won't. You mind if I speak up, Chris or
Sure.
John? We took a good look at all of his numbers, and the numbers that you're talking about. For example, if you're on the bypass and you get into the left turn lane, that traffic will be have a slightly higher delay on a Saturday afternoon, but the delays are well within acceptable, or it wouldn't be a considered excessive delay. And the reason for that is you can imagine you have a double left turn lane with extra clearances for the various movements that need to take place. So we might only have two cars wanting to make that left-hand turn on a Saturday, but with the development we could have 8 or 10 or something. So although technically the delay is increased, it's nothing near significant.
Okay. Well, it's still, like I said, it's important to note that there are winners and losers. And you might argue, Mr. Williams could probably persuasively say the number of winners with the traffic improvements far exceed the number of people who lose, right? Based on the number of people going on Saturday midday peak hours. So I'm just bringing this out as a point of fact, not indicating that there's a significant issue of policy here. Additionally, for people to recognize, these traffic improvements are already agreed upon as part of the submission for the overlay, correct?
Yes.
And if on the off chance, and they were driven largely at the behest of the proposed occupant Wegmans, right?
That's exactly who is driving these improvements.
If in the unlikely event that Wegmans were to pull out, these traffic improvements stand, meaning that if another grocery store decided they wanted that spot, these traffic improvements would still stand regardless who the company is that would be the eventual grocer, correct?
I'm going to turn to my client to answer that question. I have not had any. I'll turn to my client for that answer.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. Yep. No problem.
Ms. Bundy?
I have no questions.
Okay. In that case, we'll turn it over to Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. The total cost for the improvements is $7 million. Is that correct?
I think I testified $6.5 million, but frankly, that may be an underestimate. It could be more.
I thought it was 6.5 when you testified to, and I thought the township's expert had estimated in the report it would be closer to 7.
I don't know.
As I understand, Mr. Goldberg, it's 6.5 million was what was the discussed estimate. Obviously, with cost of construction and prices, things could change, but that's the underlying number that's been used.
And
I'll offer that it's the total cost is going to be higher than 6.5 million because that number does not include the path over 295.
that's what I thought. So if we just call it 7, just for the sake of argument, can you break that down a little bit as to what the various costs are? For example, one of the things that you had talked about is you're adding a second left-hand turn lane from the bypass onto Stony Hill. The cost for that is
I don't have those numbers broken down with me this evening.
okay. So this,
Mr. Goldberg, can I just ask, how is that relevant to the underlying hearing on the petition?
sure, because I'm trying to understand exactly what the developer is going to be truly responsible for. I'm trying to figure out where the shortfall is. For example, the developer has initially agreed to pay basically a traffic impact fee or pay a contribution of, I guess, $2.5 million. So there's about a $4.5 million difference. I'm trying to understand what is included in that $2.5 million.
I don't know if it matters, to tell you the truth, because as I understand, the developer has signed a document that's been recorded of record that basically indicates that they are committed to developing the property and making these traffic improvements in the approximate amount of $6,500,000. And that's been recorded, and it itemizes everything that was discussed as to what would be improved. So there's a recorded instrument that binds the property for these off-site improvements.
Initially, Barbara, could I get a copy of that?
It's of record.
I've asked the township for it. I just haven't received it yet.
Oh, well, it's a document of record, but yeah, I can send you a copy. It's been recorded. I have a certification page, and I can give you an instrument number, 202-004-7620.
And that was signed by the people who are the Wegmans or somebody?
No, it was signed by the property owner.
And is there any, I realize you're not the witness, Barbara, but I guess since we're discussing this, is there any guarantee? I mean, suppose that developer or suppose the property owner is unable to come up with $4.5 million.
Mr. Harris, can you discuss for Mr. Goldberg the specifics as to this restriction that's been recorded? I mean, I think it's going to it'll bypass a lot of testimony. It's very plain and simple. It's clear. And it says there's no third party beneficiaries. It's to the benefit of the township only. And it is restricted.
If the improvements aren't built, the project doesn't get built. I mean, that's what the understanding is. So if in Mr. Goldberg's hypothetical, if they couldn't come up with the money, then they can't get they won't be given the permission to build the project. That's exactly what this Declaration of Covenants and Restrictions provides.
And that was recorded against, you said that was recorded, I guess, in Doylestown?
Yep, it's filed a record. I was just bringing it up so it could help save some time with respect to testimony. I mean, it's been recorded and it's been delivered. A copy was delivered to me and I sent a copy to the township.
Then I guess the follow-up question still is, if you're talking about, you said $6.5 million is what the developer has agreed to contribute to this. If you're talking about the price being more than that, there is a shortfall somewhere. And I'm trying to figure out what exactly is included for that $6.5 million.
The off-site improvements are at Stony Hill Road and Township Line Road, coordinate the traffic signal with the site access traffic signal to the north along Stony Hill Road, and modify the traffic signal timing. And it goes through basically each one of the elements that Mr. Williams just testified about.
So to make sure, so included in that are all those improvements, the one Steve just mentioned at Stony Hill and Township Line Road, also the improvements at Stony Hill and Newtown Yardley, as well as all the improvements for I-295 westbound ramps and Newtown Yardley Road. So it would include all of that. Does that include the cost? Is that correct, Steve?
Yes.
Does it include the cost of condemnation?
Well, the estimate is what the estimate is. It doesn't, in order to be able to construct those improvements, there's going to have to be an acquisition of some additional right of way.
Right, but I'm trying to understand if that's included in it, or really you're getting 6.5 million for something that's going to end up costing 7.8 million.
Well, if it costs 7.8 million, they're going to have to pay it in order to do the project. I don't have the breakdown of that $6.5 million, and the document says it's an estimate. So, but if it's 6.8 or 7.2, it's going to have to be paid in order for this project to go forward.
Okay, so that includes all the cost board, and then the condemnation is part of that, whether it's 6.8, 7.2, or 9.6.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, and it also includes the pedestrian path across the bridge.
Going back, I guess, to Chris in this. The township has an impact fee, correct?
Yes.
And the calculation under the impact fee is based on the peak PM trips that are added. And that number is what?
Bear with me. So the township's traffic impact fee, as we calculated it, is $1,952,535.
And you had offered, I think at one point in your report, to pay 2.5 million.
That's correct.
Now, is that in addition to the 6.5, or is that part of the 6.5 million that the developer is agreeing to pay?
That is part of the 6.5.
So basically, the developer's on the hook for the whole 6.5, whether 2.5 counts as impact fee or anything else.
Correct.
Now, some of the improvements that you're making are mandated by PennDOT, such as the second left-hand turn lane from Newtown Bypass onto Stony Ford, correct?
I'm not sure that they're, well, so our traffic impact study identified two sets of improvements. PennDOT has very clear criteria based on degradation in levels of service as to if there is a degradation in level of service, they have very clear criteria that would lead to a conclusion for certain traffic improvements. And when we followed PennDOT's criteria for the intersection of Stony Hill Road and the bypass, we found that all that was necessary at that intersection was a second westbound left turn lane from the bypass, turning left to travel south on Stony Hill Road. So we identified that as that would be the improvement that PennDOT would require in accordance with their mitigation rules. Then there was a second set of analysis in the traffic study whereby we went a step further based on working with the township's traffic engineer. We identified a whole second set of improvements, which are much more comprehensive in nature. And those are the improvements that I described in my testimony this evening. And it's with those improvements that we are able to dramatically improve traffic conditions, as I said, in better than existing conditions along the bypass. So yes, that's a long answer to say, if PennDOT were the only reviewing authority in this process, then there's a very real chance that PennDOT would have only required a second westbound left turn lane from the bypass to travel south on Stony Hill Road. But that's not the case.
And you had mentioned earlier that you didn't do an analysis for what the property would look like from a traffic perspective if it was just maintained as is. I'm sorry, if the zoning was just maintained as is, basically for offices and warehouses, correct?
Well, I mean, we didn't as part of this study because those studies have been done. In fact, it was our office that did the warehouse study for the special exception approval from the zoning hearing board. So yes, those studies have been done. They just were not completed as part of this process and were not submitted with this application.
But certainly if the use were kept as is and it was warehouse's office, or there was no overlay district for whatever was put there, there would be some additional sums owed for the impact fee from that development, correct?
Certainly.
Okay. Do you recall what those fees were?
No.
If not, I don't know. I understand.
No, I don't know.
Okay. In your report, you had talked about that to make up the shortfall, basically between the 2.5 and whether the 6.5 or 7 or whatever that number is, there will be, you were going to try to seek a grant from either PennDOT or Department of Economics and Commerce. Is that still the case?
Yes, the developer is intending to pursue grant funding.
Okay. And obviously there's no guarantee that the grant is obtained, but if the grant is not obtained, then the developer is obligated for that 6.5 or 7.2 or whatever that figure is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How long do you give it to see if the grant is successful?
That's not my decision.
When you did your studies for this, you had indicated they were done, I think your last one was done June of 2019. Is that correct?
The traffic counts, I'm not sure about if you're referring to studies or traffic counts. Our traffic counts were conducted, I believe, in March and in June of 2019.
Okay. That was right before the Scudder Falls Bridge reopened. Would that impact your numbers?
You know, I haven't seen any numbers as to the differences in how traffic volumes have changed. So I really can't give you a engineering or a scientific response. But I can tell you my opinion is, because we are proposing improvements that go so far above and beyond that which is really just needed to mitigate the impact of the development, that again, I'm confident that that there's not going to be any impact that would change the results of the traffic study. I mean, this traffic study is so conservative in terms of the scope of the improvements that are offered. We conducted our traffic counts pre-COVID-19. We've added traffic growth from other developments in the area, background traffic growth, just as a percentage growth rate. There's so much factor of safety, I'll say, built into these projections that I'm very confident in the results, and I'm not concerned about how those traffic patterns may have changed and how it would impact our results.
You had indicated that you didn't really account for the impact from Shady Brook Farms, because I think, even though you didn't necessarily use this direct analogy, it's basically you don't plan for, say, Black Friday or something like that. You know, it's something out of the norm. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. But isn't there a difference in light of the fact that Shady Brook has two peak seasons starting, in September for Halloween and then for the Christmas season? So it's really not a one-day event, but it's something over several months.
What's the question?
I guess the question is, shouldn't that make a difference, because Shady Brook's events are not one day, but rather it's 90 days out of the year?
Yeah, well, so I answered that before. I don't think it makes a difference if, we have identified the impact of the Prickett mixed-use development and we've identified the improvements that would mitigate the impact of the Prickett mixed-use development. Then we went an extra measure, and we've identified significant additional improvements that not only mitigate the impact of the Prickett mixed-use development, but also improve traffic conditions largely better than they are today, and certainly better than they would be if nothing happened out here. To study the Shady Brook Farm traffic conditions and to design improvements to specifically accommodate Shady Brook Farm traffic, that's an existing use. That use is generating traffic today. That would be the responsibility of Shady Brook Farm. However, all that said, as I've stated before, I feel very good for the future in this area with this project, with these traffic improvements. Shady Brook Farm traffic will be better served, better accommodated with this development and with these improvements than if nothing were to happen out here.
Do these improvements impact any future development in this general area?
I don't know how or why it would. I'm not sure that I understand the question, but no, I don't believe so.
I have no further questions.
I'm sorry, you said no more questions, Mr.?
No more questions.
Thank you.
I have no further witnesses, but as this is a hearing, I would offer into evidence exhibits A1 through A12 and rest.
Any objection, Mr. Goldberg?
None.
Mr. Weiss, I would recommend the board accept exhibits A1 through A12 as offered by Mr. Harris.
I'll accept the motion.
I'll make a motion to accept exhibits A1 through A12 offered by Mr. Harris.
Second.
There's a second by Ms. Blondie. Any further comment? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those approve of acceptance, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. 5-0. Good. They're all accepted.
Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Goldberg, you want to call your first witness?
Sure. We're actually going to do things a little differently in the sense of not necessarily call them. I think as Barbara had mentioned earlier, what I will do is provide an offer of proof and then bring the witness up to hopefully corroborate that the testimony is accurate, if that works.
Works for me.
Okay. Just before I do that, just one little bit of housekeeping. I had raised, and I'm not saying it is an issue or not, but had raised a potential issue that was brought to my attention earlier today regarding a potential conflict of interest with a member of a planning board. And I am not saying it is or isn't. I don't know enough about it. But in the event it truly proves to be a conflict, I would just reserve that right.
Mr. Goldberg, so before you go further, I did have this, Mr. Weiss did have this discussion with Mr. Goldberg. Apparently somebody in the township raised a question about the propriety of Mr. Bush being involved in the planning commission review. Apparently there was something to the effect of his law firm had represented a party or a proposed tenant, and some resident thought that that would be an issue. I told Mr. Goldberg that the Planning Commission is an advisory board for this township and is merely making a recommendation, and absent some proof of bias or other evidence of impropriety, that would not be an issue.
So noted. Thank you.
In terms of, before I get, I guess, to the economic testimony in this, there's just one thing I want to say. Obviously, this is a significant tract of land in the township, and the board has heard at this point about 4.5 hours of testimony regarding the possible rezoning of the overlay. This board really has one opportunity to get this corridor right. And one of the things that I'm perplexed about is there is information that I think the board needs, and I don't see how you can do without it. We had talked about the viability of the apartments, the rent of $1,900 and $2,600. The response I got as to why it's viable is, well, Polo Run charges $1,400 and $1,900. I don't know how on God's earth that justifies $1,900 and $2,600. What I got is we did Chalfont for $1,470 and $2,200. I have no idea, again, how that justifies the rents of $1,900 and $2,600, how that makes it viable.
Mr. Goldberg, I'm going to interrupt you because it appears that you're making argument that would be in favor of why the board should deny the proposed ordinance. It's not basically the presentation of your witnesses. Obviously, you'll have the right to make argument in a final say. But I think what you're proffering is for the board's consideration as to whether or not they have sufficient evidence based on things that you're presenting in order to make an informed decision about the proposed ordinance.
Not necessarily, Barbara. I think part of it is, again, I am giving an offer of proof. And in an effort to expedite this, I am not necessarily asking them directly, do I think the information that has been supplied is adequate? Part of what I'm trying to do is to summarize their testimony.
And I misunderstood. I thought you were making argument, not giving the offer of proof. I apologize.
That's okay. It's no problem. So, continuing on with that, the information we got in terms of what people are going to be renting or what young professionals are going to be renting from this, the answer was, well, lots of people want this. Again, I have no idea who those people are. You're talking about young people who more traditionally want the Philadelphia.
I just wonder, are you purporting to say that if you call your witnesses, they're going to say what you're saying? That's what an offer of proof is.
Yes.
Not what you think, it's what they would testify to. And I had no objection to your summarizing what they would testify to, not your musings. So I think that you should be telling us what they would testify to, then they can confirm that's what they would have testified to, and then I get to cross-examine them. But you're just making an argument. You're not saying what they would testify to.
I would, and I will certainly get more in depth, but if they were on the stand, so to speak, why wouldn't I be able to ask them if the justification for $1,900 rent at this place is based on Polo Run charging around $1,400? That would be an appropriate question to ask.
Well, I've made a lot of offers of proof in my day, and what I offered is what the testimony would be.
And I don't disagree, but that could be and would be part of their testimony.
So, Mr. Goldberg, maybe I can bypass this, and the simplest way would be saying, first of all, you have three experts, and as we discussed earlier, the your economists' reports, of which there are two, are collectively marked as O objectors -1, and the traffic report would be O-2.
That is correct.
I would say that you should just probably present it as such as that if Simon Hackham, one of the economists, were called to testify, he would testify substantially in accordance with the following: A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
And I'm certainly going to do that, but I'm going to offer.
I apologize, but the way you keep saying I, it makes it sound like it's your argument as opposed to an offer of proof.
Okay, I will change the I, but please understand, obviously, the documents were submitted prior to hearing testimony. So some of what they heard tonight, or some of what was heard tonight, obviously cannot humanly have been incorporated into the report. But I will avoid the I's. I do understand that. The rental apartments that are being proposed are trying to cater to young professionals and retirees. They are two divergent groups. It is an incompatible combination that has different needs and interests. By trying to appeal to these two divergent groups, basically what you're saying is we lack the market for either one of them, for either one of these groups. You are looking to cater to young professionals.
I'm sorry.
This is what was in the, I'm sorry.
Ms. Kirk, did I misunderstand the direction that you gave in terms of what would be expected in the offer of proof? And that is that not a soliloquy, but what the witnesses will testify to. So Mr. X will offer testimony as to blah, blah, blah.
Correct.
And that is what Mr. X will testify to.
Well, then maybe we should just make this simple and call your witness and just proceed. Rather than have an argument as to what's going to be an acceptable offer of proof versus the witness's testimony.
Okay. Then what I will do is we'll call the two economists. They have different testimonies. They have different areas of expertise. One is Simon Hakeem. One is Charlie Swanson. I'm not sure if they are in the queue yet.
Do you see me? I'm Charles Swanson. I don't know if you can hear me.
Can you hear me? You need to be sworn in, sir.
Okay. For me first?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, that's correct.
And I am not sure which one of you wrote the specific piece regarding the apartment rentals, but whomever it is.
We worked, can you hear me?
Yeah, if you could just identify yourself.
I'm Charles Swanson. Can you see me? So Simon Hakeem is, Simon, you have to be sworn in.
Okay.
Can you swear in, Simon? Can you swear in?
Swear me in?
Wait, there's only one person that can testify at a time.
All right. Okay. All right. So should I go?
Mr. Swanson, you're sworn in, so you go ahead and give testimony first. Go ahead, Mr.
All right.
Gold.
All right. So there was. Let me just begin with. Did I just lose people?
We can still hear you.
Okay. I want to begin with just the apartments. We have the number of the 311, and it was a statement we made in our report was correctly reported by your analyst that if a long list of assumptions holds, would the Rutgers data hold up? And our belief is under the assumption of those, what we consider to be extreme, but nonetheless possible assumptions, they would hold up. Rutgers study and the census data, which is a second sort of source of getting at the same number of kids, would give you, roughly speaking, the numbers they have, roughly 11 to 16 kids, and not the higher number of, say, 50 to 60 kids that could easily come if the assumptions didn't work. We also were, the apartment rental rates that we were given when the project was first proposed was 2,100, and we were told recently that the numbers had been raised from 2,100 to 1,900 for the one bedroom and the 2,600 for the two bedroom, which caught us off guard because it was a large increase, about a 24% increase based on something we weren't quite sure what. We are fully aware that right now there is a COVID-19 pandemic. the value of properties is very high, and it probably will remain high. The demand is quite high because the supply is low. That is probably a 1-year effect. This is a long-term plan. And the question becomes, speculatively, and I've had to speculate on this question of when the vaccine will come into place. For other forecasting I've had to do, and I've said it's going to be in July of 2021. I've probably been upstaged by Bill Gates, who says it's in late 2021. And the question becomes, what happens if in the event that there's a vaccine? Do we revert back to the time when the premium on the rural sector disappears and we're back to people wanting to live in the city, which is sort of the case when we first started looking at these numbers? Or does the speculation that the vaccine come to pass never happen, which is possible, and there's sort of a permanent impact on sort of a permanent increased desire for rural properties, and also a permanent increase in the cost, and also a permanent increase in the nature of how you actually want to construct both your grocery stores and your residence. So we were sort of thrown off. So we looked hard and long looking for corroborating evidence supporting the idea that you could have rents of $2,600 a month, which you multiply by 12, which give you an annual rent, and you multiply it by roughly 5 to get your annual income for the 2 people living in a 2-bedroom, and it comes to about $155,000 for the 2-bedroom. And we look and say, how plausible is that? And in conjunction with with half the people being young, half the people being old, retirees, relatively limited amenities in this space, could you support it? And our belief was that you could not. So were the assumptions to hold, then we do believe that the property value would hold, but it was, and the number of children would be in the range of 11 to 16, but we did not think those were plausible. And as you go down the scale in the income level, the number of kids jumps up. In Lower Makefield, the number of kids is roughly speaking 1 school-age child per every 2 adults. Obviously, apartments, you're going to have a smaller ratio than 1 out of 3. That number would give you, if it was 300 residents, that would give you 100 kids. You're probably not going to get 100 kids, but you could get substantially more if the income levels did not meet the target level. I was trying to follow some of the testimony as to the speculation as to sort of where the numbers came from, and it was, well, the developer came from it. And so we had to look at really the demand and the job opportunities, how far people would go, and if they had to come from Philadelphia, what other opportunities they would have. One of those would be Oxford Valley Mall, which is just converting existing bricks and mortar into a property, and it's more sizable than the Prickett project, and therefore has more opportunity for sort of the amenities. The amenities, like an outdoor pool, looks quite favorable. An indoor kitchen is somewhat marginal, and a corporate center is probably negligible for the young people looking for a place to live. The bike path would be a positive. So our number one doubt with respect to the number of children is based on whether you'd be able to attract this pool of people. When Simon testifies, he'd give more details on this. With respect to the Wegmans and the retail, we honestly believe that anything you say about the retail is spectacularly speculative on the grounds that most of the retail industry right now is imploding. There's story after story in the Wall Street Journal about small retail chains, large retail chains that are just going out of business. It's very difficult to know who's going to actually be in business for retail. So for the 6 units, we tried to come up with a estimate, and quite frankly, everything we said was quite speculative. Moving toward the Wegmans, that wasn't quite so speculative. You can get there's a lot of Wegmans, there's Whole Foods. Our report sort of measures the square footage, the number of square feet. No, we didn't know what the square footage was going to be. So we had to make a guess when we wrote a report. The most recent number now is that it's going to be 100,000 square feet, which is quite large for grocery store, but actually relatively modest the smaller side for a Wegmans, which can run into the 140,000. When we run up with the numbers, we come up with a number of, roughly speaking, 14 million, and then there's the common value number where you multiply it by, we use the 9.4, but that number's apparently gone down. And so we come up with a lower number, and in our report, it was roughly 350,000 was our direct sort of our mid-level number for the amount of money, the lower that would be generated for the township and for the school district on a per year basis, mid-level. Based on what I saw today, that number would go down slightly. The direct number for the Wegmans tax generation per year will be less than the 350,000 that is in the report. Also in the report is a dilution effect. If you look at grocery stores, there's numbers that are sort of national numbers. One of them is the number of square footage that people have per how many square feet of grocery store each person really needs. It's roughly speaking 4 square feet per person. There's another number, which is how much people spend on an annual basis. The annual income in Lower Makefield is about 45,000. That's man, women, and child, like the people who are 12 years old. If you average everybody up, it's about 45,000. The disposable income, which subtracts off taxes, about 80% of that would give you about 36,000. And if you have 36,000 multiplied by the number of residents, you get about 64 million. The total amount that would be spent by residents of Lower Makefield on grocery stores, about 64 million. The profit margin at a grocery store is between 1% and 3%, mid-level being 2%. You would think for all grocery stores in Lower Makefield, if you don't think of people coming out and people in the inside shopping outside the township, comes to about 1.3, if you run those numbers, about $1.3 million. Of that, a certain fraction is going to be used toward property taxes and other services. Not all of your income is going to go to property taxes. Roughly speaking, from 15 to 20% would go to property taxes and other fees. If you put that in, you get the total amount in Lower Makefield spent would be about $260,000 available for property tax revenue for Lower Makefield. That includes existing properties, it includes Shady Brook, it includes McCaffrey's, it includes any prospective Wegmans. So the first point you'd have to make is if you add a certain amount of revenue from Wegmans, you're going to be subtracting it from the other grocery stores that exist in the area. Those are there, those are real, and they need to be part of the calculation. You add in one column, you have to subtract in the other. You're getting revenue from the other sources, you would be losing that. So just in terms of the Wegmans, the revenue is positive, but the net revenue is going to be substantially less. We use the number of 100,000 as the reduction in our report, roughly because a large portion of the business will come from out of town. We had to speculate on that, but our estimate was that roughly speaking, 2/3 of the business will come from out of town. So on the one hand, you are getting money from other people's towns shopping in your grocery store if there is a Wegmans, and you would get a little cut of that. You'd also get their traffic. We looked at the impact on the local areas so that we didn't get a chance to sort of go through the full traffic. And if all of this mitigation does work, and if the impact of traffic for the Wegmans and the apartments is 0, then the impact on property values is 0. However, traffic makes property values go down. It's extremely difficult to find that out because as a general rule, cities have high traffic, cities also have high property values. And so would you think, well, the traffic in the city causes the high property values? No, it's a chicken or the egg. So we mentioned one report, it's from The Hague of all places. And you could ask, well, what does The Hague have to do with, say, the United States or Lower Makefield? And the answer is, well, it's so hard to get a study where there's an exogenous shift in traffic. And it is relatively small, like a 50% reduction in traffic will give you like about a 1.5% increase in property values, or the other way around. But a very small change in the traffic, a very small percentage change in property values is enormously impactful on the revenue for Lower Makefield because so much of the revenue comes from the property values currently generated for the township and for the school district. It makes it an extremely important number to keep in mind. So there's a mixed use, which is also speculative. We use the National Association of Realtors. They have these numbers, certain things next to a property will have an impact. There's a lot of studies that say if a grocery store is next to your property, it's good for your property values. It's very difficult to say if it's the chicken or the egg. You tell me in Philadelphia when Whole Foods moved in, it can be a positive thing.
Okay, Mr. Swanson, before
yes,
you
ma'am.
go further, Mr. Goldberg, I mean, Mr. Swanson has gone on a bit of a narrative here. Is there any specific questions that you want to ask since he is your witness?
Yeah, I mean, part of this is, please understand that we were going with what we perceived as the appropriate offer of proof, and I understand that. Charlie, in terms of your views on how they calculated the total revenue, could you just describe what you believe the net revenue will be from this project, incorporating some of the factors you've mentioned?
Yes. So the net revenue from the retail, we put in our report as 100,000 going to the township. I have to say, it's wildly speculative, and so would any number being higher or lower or zero. We thought the net revenue from the Wegmans was 350. I have to say that I have to revise that downward. I believe that the reduction, there will be a displacement effect of 100,000. So the report had a net revenue from Wegmans of 250,000 per year on net revenue. I believe because the size is slightly smaller than we estimated or that we forecasted, that that number would be slightly less than our net of 250. For the apartments, our numbers, there's a range. If you do get the 155,000 household income moving in, they're quite close to, the revenues would be quite close to the what the developer suggests. However, if they're more modest, if the people are, say, working at Wegmans, it would be quite reasonable, within reason, to have the revenue from the apartments bringing into to Lower Makefield in the neighborhood of 720,000 in tax revenue per year, roughly speaking. If the number of children, the number we have for the number of children is slightly higher. It's 15,600 was the numbers that we were using. If you multiply that by 16, you get one figure. If you multiply by 50, which is within the range of what we were doing, you get to a number that's about, actually I don't have that. That's roughly speaking around 720,000. And so the revenue from the tax revenue and the money spent for on the school district is roughly equal to each other, or they could be. That is in the event that you're not able to attract the 155,000 a year people. So roughly speaking, the revenue and the school district costs for the high children case are roughly equal to each other.
And Charlie,
can I be sworn in?
Oh, he's got to finish with me, and then he's got to go to you.
Yeah, and I
Eric,
want
go
to
ahead.
add to you.
Eric, go ahead.
Charlie, if you could you just briefly explain to the board why, if the demographics aren't, for the apartments aren't as contemplated by the developer, why that could lead to an increase in school-age children?
Yeah, if you run through the Rutgers study, or if you run through the census data, which is what we were using, you have if things work the way they describe it, you could have 16 kids. You have a bunch of retirees, and you have a relatively small number of people ages 21 to 33, high income people, relatively few kids, and they're their pre-child era. In the event that you have it becoming more of a traditional residence, closer to just a midstream place, the number of children rises substantially as the income comes down. As you get to the range of income of people working, say, produce manager at Wegmans, you get a substantially higher number of children. And if you had 50 kids out of 200 units, 1 out of 4 has a school-age kid, you'd have the 50 children.
And 50 is certainly a reasonable estimate of as to the number of kids that this apartment could potentially produce.
It is quite plausible that the number of children would be 50 if the income levels are not met. That 50 is a reasonable number of children for the 200 units.
Okay.
If you're not able to achieve the income targets.
Okay. Regarding the retail, certainly your numbers would be impacted if you had an idea as to what type of retail was going to be used. Is that correct?
Absolutely. If there was a very high end, like a posh place that you'd see in the main line, those numbers would be higher. If it was more like a dollar store, the numbers would be reduced.
So you would disagree with the analysis previously articulated by the applicant or by the developer that basically retail is retail and you come up with the same numbers no matter what the retail is?
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, it was my impression that the witness was saying that they didn't have the information. That was my interpretation of what I heard tonight, that they simply didn't have the information. But the revenue could be 4 times as high if you were to go from a dollar store to a very high-end retail outlet. The difference would be a factor of 4.
You have any thoughts on the impact of this proposed development on Shady Brook?
It's my belief if this happens as it is, Shady Brook will go out of business. I do not expect Shady Brook to survive as a viable business if this project goes forward. It's my personal view, as we've analyzed this situation.
And how did you come to that analysis,
We looked at that by asking, what is the business line for Shady Brook, and what is their product line? And one of theirs, part of their business line is running the holiday services, which is like having a park, and half of it is supplying groceries, and the supply chain for Wegmans is excellent. It's top rate, and Shady Brook would not be able to compete on the fruits and vegetables side of the business, and that source of revenue would vanish, and they would not be able to maintain. Secondly, the offers they would get at Shady Brook Farm would be too lucrative as the property values in the area rose for something like, say, a service station or something like that, like maybe a Wawa or something like that. If they came in and said, we want your property, I don't think with the reduced revenue coming into Shady Brook and the higher offers they would be getting for the property, that they would continue to be able to say no to all those coming offers. I don't think in 8 years Shady Brook will exist if this project goes through.
And the impact is not just economic of losing Shady Brook, it's also a cultural impact.
Yes, it's extremely difficult to get a cultural value impact, but in Philadelphia, there's parks. There's no revenue in parks, but they have value. Open space has value, and so does cultural values. It's very hard for us to pin down a number, but yes, there's a cultural value, which translates to property values, which translates to revenue. We're not able to get a link between the cultural impact and the of Shady Brook going down and property values.
Do you believe that there are superior uses for this particular property besides what is being proposed?
From what I've heard, I honestly believe a venue that could cater to something like reunions would be quite valuable. I have to say, on a personal level, I was in Lower Makefield in December for it was for a funeral. Actually, we were looking for a venue. We couldn't find one. We had to go quite far outside the city. There's a lot of activity in the city that I think serving the residents of Lower Makefield could be done better with a venue of some kind. That allowed for reunions, weddings, and gatherings and that sort of thing. That's speculative, but it's my opinion for that question.
And by utilizing this particular proposal in terms of the Wegmans, the retail apartments, and the retail, there's an opportunity cost involved.
Yes. So for example, if you were to get $300,000 from Wegmans and you were to get $300,000 from, say, a hotel that were to go in, the question wouldn't be, is $300,000 coming from nowhere? The question would be, is $300,000 from a Wegmans versus, say, $300,000 or maybe $400,000 from a hotel in annual revenue? So if you were to get, say, $400,000 from a hotel, $350,000 from a Wegmans, then the net would be a minus $50,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of this working as the developer has articulated, it believes it will work, anything is certainly plausible, but do you have thoughts as to the likelihood of that?
It's plausible. I would give it about at least 7%. I would give it at least, 100 kids was very high. I'd also get that 7%. So for each, is it plausible? It could happen. Is it as high as 20%? No.
Mm-hmm. Do you think the odds of this working out as
stated
is under 20%?
Can I answer that question by an answer the same question that was happened during the testimony, which was, have you considered having this property available for affordable housing? Have you supported affordable housing? And the response was, the numbers won't work if we have affordable housing. That sort of supports the point that it's not plausible to actually have this go, that they're right on the cusp. And if you do something like try to help support people or whatever, and that's going to cause a breakdown, well, that would support the notion that this is really quite close to not actually being feasible.
And in the event it doesn't, say in the event this gets approved, this overlay district gets approved, and what is proposed gets developed, and it doesn't work out based on the statistical probability, you believe it won't work out. What happens then next? What is this township looking at?
If you have abandoned developers during a financial crisis, I don't expect these developers to run away like they did in Philadelphia back to the Ukraine, but you do have broken windows problem. You have a cleanup job. It would probably take about 8 years for the township to clean it up, of just the cost of cleanup of an abandoned project. I would expect the likelihood of abandonment to be probably less than 15%. It should be planned for, especially because of our financial circumstances going through spectacular gyrations. And it is very difficult to sort of say with a high degree of certainty that something you could have done in the absence of the COVID-19 is just as likely in the presence of the COVID-19. Things are changing dramatically. Funding is not going to be necessarily available because it's all going to be used for other sources. So the likelihood of abandonment, change of plans midstream is much higher than it was, say, in January.
And I have no further questions of Charlie.
Are we going to hear testimony from Mr. Hakeem?
Do we get to ask questions of the?
Yeah, do you want to ask me, and do you want me to ask me, and then you can bring Simon in?
Yeah, if I could, Professor Swanson.
Mr. Lewis, I just want to get a little clarification because it's getting late. Ms. Kirk, they came on together. Should we hear both testimonies and then ask questions, or?
Well, procedurally, you usually do one witness at a time.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
All right, Professor Swanson, I have some questions for you. First, when doing your analysis, did you look at Lower Makefield Township's master plan with specific review of the ESRI retail marketplace profile?
No, we didn't. No, our thing was broad statements. So,
Sure.
so go ahead.
Yeah, and the reason I bring this up, and because I've looked at this a fair amount. If you look at the marketplace profile, believe it or not, although Philadelphia is over grocery stored in general. So if you look at the Philly metropolitan area, we're probably one of the most competitive grocery store areas in the country. However, this particular portion of Lower Makefield actually is not. And it would draw from other municipalities that would be coming to that particular grocery store. And so if you look at it's page 146 of our township master plan, you'll actually notice the supply of grocery stores is retail sales is about 5 million lower than potential retail demand for a 5-minute radius from 101 Oxford Valley Road. I bring that up because considering this whole overlay, there's a fair amount of discussion about the viability of grocery stores. And as you mentioned, COVID, one of the things that's happened is we've had a dramatic and significant change in share of stomach. And what does that mean? It means that less dollars are going to restaurants and takeout facilities, and more is going to grocery stores. We've noticed that over this last period. So what does that mean? It means that likely the grocery stores that exist in Lower Makefield will be fine. They will exist. It will take probably 10 to 15% revenue hits as different occupants enter the space. I will say, however, Wegmans is a very strong competitor and may take out some of the restaurants in the area. So when you were modeling this, you should have thought about it in those terms. And so as a consequence, I have one of the things that's troubling is, have you been to Shady Brook's grocery section? Because
it's not huge.
No,
not
and
huge.
it'll do just fine. I'll tell you exactly why it'll do just fine. It has a deli component, right? That some people choose to get lunch, and that might lose some out to Wegmans, although your wait lines are going to be less. The vast majority of revenue is very diversified from that facility. Regardless of whether this development goes through or not, they may choose a different business strategy, and that is separate from this development. You have to analyze this in straight up terms. So I don't think that in and of itself will knock out that portion of revenue at Shady Brook. It's differentiated. So if you know it's particularly high-end groceries, it's very small, it has an ice cream shop and a very small bar, that's likely to be fine, right? So where I think you could have done your analysis and where I think there's a bigger hit is on restaurants in general that will lose in takeout. So I have some significant challenges with your analysis. Further, I do agree with you that the 50,000 square foot retail, we'll be honest here, we're in retail Armageddon, right? The only thing that's left is personal services. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had a number of nail salons and anal bleaching centers, but I don't anticipate a large, specialty retail influx. But the analysis that's troubling to me is it seems like there are a lot of other factors that go into the analysis as to what's likely to happen in secondary offense. And I can only tell you, and by the way, for those who know, I did not vote to publish this particular ordinance, but I want to be an honest analyst about what the impacts of it, good and bad, are, which is why I sort of I don't want to overstate what you see as likely issues. Those need to be counterbalanced in my mind, right? In the same way that I'm just as difficult, I think the developers would argue that I'm just as difficult with them in some of their analysis. I'm pushing back a little on yours, right? In terms of I agree with you, the revenue here isn't great, but I don't know that it leads to catastrophic changes in Lower Makefield. In the long run, it does have some really significant unintended consequences, but I think you missed those in some measure.
The point about the restaurants is taken. One of the this is not a rebuttal. This is just a comment about where I was coming from with respect to the COVID. it's extremely difficult to sort of get a handle on the extent to which the COVID is going to be permanent versus temporary. So this thing you're pointing out is there's a share of stomach. Wegman has been on the vanguard of that. They have been delivering prepared meals. They've been extremely good at that.
Yep.
And it's been cutting into restaurant business. So there's no doubt about that. And so if this pandemic lasts for the next 15 years, it's one scenario. If it's over by next July, we're back to where we were. So we still have to decide which path we're going to be taking. But much of your criticism, it might hurt. There's some validity to what you say.
Okay. I'll relent.
Grenier?
Thank you. Professor Swanson, I don't know if
Thanks.
you can see me there.
I can see fine.
All right. Quick question on background. I'm looking at your report here. I didn't see it written into the report in the intro, but who commissioned your report?
Oh, we were working with Larry Borda and Dobsey. It was
Dobby Dobson.
Yeah, Dobby Dobson.
Okay, I just want to make sure because
that was who. Yeah, that was where we were coming from. So if you want to know our bias, that's where it's coming from.
Okay, that's fine. Now I work in my line of business. I do contract with university professors to do various studies. So I'm curious. I haven't worked with Temple though. I'll say that. Do they contract directly to you, or do they contract through the university? I usually have to go through the university when I use experts.
There's a number of cases. Like I work for the city, Philadelphia, doing revenue forecasting, and that was a 20-minute answer. They contact me directly, but then they also bring in people that work for the city to work sort of with at Temple. John Street, for example, works at Temple. He was a mayor, so we sort of like. This is not a clear answer, but I was for most of like the city work, they contact me directly. Half the time though, if it's something like a study, like a psychology study, they have to work through the university. Or if it's a large grant from the NSF, they have to work through the university.
And in this case, they're working directly with you or through the university?
In this case, they are working directly with me. Because roughly speaking, because like there's not a lot of studies on animals, there's not a lot of studies of people and that sort of thing. So I don't have to sort of jump through the approvals of sort of not inflicting harm on people you're experimenting on. And so
okay,
that's
I just want to clarify that. And then when did you initiate your study? I know it was it's got publication date of July 14th. I was curious when you initiated.
Oh, it's a good question. We started, we were given started to look at numbers like way before the COVID, roughly 3 months before the COVID hit is sort of the answer to that.
So end of 2019, is that fair?
Yes, I would say, I like to get the exact date, but it was our initial work that we started to look at was end of 2019. Yes.
So 7 month plus study. That's
well, yeah, hold on. It was a 3 month study followed by a completely different 3 month study. I mean, like COVID is throwing a wrench into everything.
Understandable.
Okay, go on.
Now, what specific to the grocers in town, did you analyze Wegmans' potential impact on specific local grocers, Giant, ShopRite, McCaffrey's, et cetera, but through the analysis of the receipts, or
no,
or are these more broad statements?
These are broad statements based on sort of like aggregate expenditure, sort of like we would make no distinction between a Giant and a ShopRite or a McCaffrey's, even though, except insofar as there's duplication between McCaffrey's and the Shady Brook, where the product line is more similar. At least the food product line is more similar, as opposed to ShopRite, where it's almost complementary. Okay. It's almost complementary.
I'm sorry, if you want to finish, please go ahead.
Oh, yes. So the answer it was broad total numbers of income available to spend. Regarding the other point about this is actually Mr. Lewis's point, which was, do we get people from outside? And the answer is yes. So when we did our initial numbers for Wegmans, we assumed a very substantial part did come from outside of Lower Makefield. And hence, like a very substantial part of the business, the prospective business was coming from outside of Lower Makefield.
I guess that doesn't surprise me. some of the Wegmans in particular seems to be a destination grocer for many.
I mean, I'll probably drive up and visit you guys.
Welcome. Please do. Please do. And I guess it's all these different businesses have their own business plans and their own niche to some extent, and their own way of doing business and their own approach to maximizing profits, right? So they may be purely capitalist society. They may be flexible and
Wegmans tries to be a socially aware capitalist business. Part of their capitalist business model is to be socially aware, to help their employees. It's part of what they try to do. It's part of the picture.
It's commendable if they stick to it, I guess. And then specific to Shady Brook, it sounds like you were up here. Similar question: did you interview anyone from Shady Brook and look at their business plan or revenue sources? Or
I looked at their tax revenues. I did not speak to anybody. I've been told that they've said things like, "No, we're gonna stick it out. This is not gonna hurt us." And so it's looking at the market forces that are good. So that my conclusion of them disappearing is the competing offers they will get and the reduced revenues that they will suffer from. That is the basis of my statement. It is not from any conversations I had with any of them.
So it's maybe not the best term to use with an economist, but a little more macro review than a micro review for them. Was that fair? And I don't mean macro in the classic sense of an economist.
It's actually a valid point. I hope everybody heard it. You could take a bow.
Thank you. I did get 2 minors at Wharton. I got to use it for something. And then
2.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm a biologist though. And then I think you said it, but were you able to spend much time in Lower Makefield during your study?
So I wanted to get a feel. So most of our numbers were numbers, like we're looking at national numbers, or we're looking at government sites. Part of our report is from data from The Hague, which people think, what does The Hague have to do with things in Lower Makefield? But we did drive through just to sort of get a feel of what it actually, what is Shady Brook. And I did talk to people who worked at Shady Brook, just how's life? What do you do? And I got a pitch, and I got an enthusiastic pitch about don't miss out on something that's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah. No.
I think they should be. I think you should congratulate them. I mean, if you see them, they're good employees at Shady.
I love their ice cream.
They also have a nice little bar.
Yeah. Anyway, I digress. It's getting late, so I have no further questions. But thank you for.
All right. Thank you.
Tonight.
Professor
Yes.
Swanson.
Hi, Suzanne.
Hi. I think you're somewhat at a disadvantage because we've gotten to hear from the other presenters a number of times. And welcome to Lower
Well,
Makefield.
thank you. It's good to see you. I know I felt like I heard the traffic report now 3 times myself, and you've probably heard it 100. But anyway.
When were you able to visit Shady Brook?
So I visited. It was not since the COVID. I have not seen them since. So everything was prior. If the COVID hadn't hit, I would have made another trip up. But it was really 2 visits plus a funeral situation.
Okay, thank you. And your report, which is dated July 14th, 2020, on page 2 says the proposed development has 3 main commercial parts, 100,000 square foot grocery, and then it goes on. But then on page 16, it says that you're not aware of the size of the Wegmans. And
Yes, that's an inconsistency. So when we were putting together the numbers, we were trying to. If you looked at their proposal, we had our analysis. We left that analysis. That was done early on, and then we found out quite recently that there was going to be the 100,000. And so in like I think
you found out on July 14th that it was 100,000. You didn't have a chance to fix that part.
We could have run through the numbers, and to be honest, we were told that the numbers were in flux. That it was really hard to pin down the numbers, and so by the time we
have it on page 2, but then not on 16.
I know that's that.
It's just
No, it's a valid point, and I appreciate you going through. And so just to give you the sequence, we went through. We were trying to get a handle of the numbers that we're trying to like this total, they had this 1.3 million, like, okay, is it the apartments, or is it the Wegmans? Which is it? How big is the Wegmans? What would the revenue be? What would the appraisal value be? And so there was a lot of speculative numbers. So we should have fixed that. What you're pointing out is a valid point.
So it was let's say, just for argument's sake, around July 14th, you found out that it was 100,000 square feet.
Yeah.
That's around the first time you were able to pin that number down.
Yeah. Yes. Probably a few days before that.
And then I wasn't sure if I was following you earlier. You were talking about the average income in Lower Makefield, and then I think you said that you had to include any child over 12 and above as maybe
I misspoke. So there's different numbers. There's the income of men, there's income of women, and there's the average per capita income. And so when we talk about the per capita, that was just to try to be clear. We're talking about all residents of Lower Makefield. And so when we talk about like grocery store demand, it's retirees, it's the kids, it's the workers. So workers, going to be making more than 45,000. Non-workers will be making zero, and the average comes to the 45. I probably was misspeaking on that, but it's roughly 45,000 is the average income.
And then when you talk about retail uses, you have a whole thing in here about Macy's and JCPenney's and Pier 1s. Mr. Lewis already talked about some of the other services that would encompass retail. Spas, for example, more than nail salons, but hey, a Red Door. Did you take any of those types of other alternative retails into your analysis?
So that's an excellent question. So the answer is we didn't want to put the number as zero because we thought there would be something. We just have no idea what it would be. And if your guess is it's going to be a spa, you know what? Your guess is better than mine. And so we have to say that 100,000 is speculative. I don't think zero is the right number. And so that number, take it for what it's worth. There's something. What exactly it is, it's not going to be the JCPenney's. It's not going to be the Macy's. It will be something else.
We hope not.
What it will be, I hope it would be lovely, whatever it is. And so we have to be honest, I have no idea. I don't think the next guys do either. You probably know better than anybody.
Thank you. James?
Yes. Thanks for
Hi,
your
James.
testimony, Mr. Swanson. Nice to meet you. Do you have any background in residential or commercial real estate?
That's a good question. What I work on, I teach and I work for the city. And so what I've been doing the last 10 years is looking at revenue projections for the city of Philadelphia. And so insofar as one of the sources is the property tax revenue, and it is the transfer tax, which is kind of more substantial than it is for Lower Makefield. And so I get involved in estimating revenue, and that is my primary focus. So if you want to get into the nuts and bolts of a lot of the details things, I will come up weak. If you're coming up with the aggregate of competing one sector versus another, I think that's where I'm a little stronger.
Okay, and then specifically to the residential rates, and I think
so the residential rates, these are, now the story here is our numbers were almost, our numbers in the event that the high income people are drawn, in the event that you get the high income people, our numbers were very close to theirs. So insofar as you're going to criticize me or them, I don't think the valuation of the properties by itself would be, that's not going to be a point of contention. The point of contention would just be, are you going to be able to draw those people of that high income level?
so you don't think that the rent on the proposed apartment units are out of line with
Oh no, that was really the whole point. That given that you get $2,600 a month, then their revenues would make sense. The challenge is whether you're actually going to get the $2,600 a month. If you get a bunch of Princeton professors that work there and they're all in doing vaccine research and they're making $200,000, then you've got it covered.
Is Bob Dwyer still there? Is he or did he leave?
Oh boy, he was.
Oh, I see him.
He's there.
Hey, Bob, just real quick, because it seems that these proposed rents in these units seem to be a point of contention with both Mr. Goldberg and the opposition. In your overall projects, how close are you to getting actual rents in any of your other projects that you have, either Chalfont or nationally? How close are you?
They're very close. In fact, I was looking at my notes while he was talking. The Edge project it's right down the street. The rents for a 2-bedroom apartment there are $37.90 for a 2-bedroom apartment, and for 1 bedroom it's $23.40.
Same square footage.
Square footage is similar to ours, a little bit higher, but bottom line is the price per square foot and the value that people are paying for rents right down the street are equate to what we're projecting.
So a better comparable than Polo Run would actually be the Edge for you guys then, right?
Yeah, but there's we have projects in 3 or 4 different locations, and they're all higher end than what we're projecting here. We have rents that are for 2-bedroom that are above $3,000. So it's not unusual to see that, and I don't think it's unusual to expect it here in Lower Makefield, especially for the project we're proposing. Polo Run is 30 years old. And the rents there, and they're smaller units. So bottom line is we believe Madison and Equus have been doing apartments for 30 years. They've got thousands of them across the country. I'm not their marketing guy and their fiscal analysis guru, but bottom line is they've done their homework. They have done this forever, and they're comfortable that this job will receive those types of rents when this project is built, if this project is built.
Mr. Goldberg, did you look at the Edge as a unit of comparison for this project?
Not me personally. I don't know. Did Charlie, if that was one of the ones that was?
We were when we bring Simon in, we'd have him. We went through, I think in the report, we tried to have a notion of the rents, and the vacancies and the additional the additional demand that you're going to be getting. And our biggest comparison was just the nearby Oxford Valley, which seems to be just a little bit bigger. And it's, of course, every property, you have one restaurant, there's 5 more you can go to. We did look at it. It does work in the developer's favor for getting the rents. The question being, would the additional demand sustain that? And that was where we had our difficulty.
Did you do any market studies on demand for rental properties within Lower Makefield?
No, we have, and on the report, we did look at and contact the properties and look at what their rents were, what their vacancies were, and their square footage, and we tried to put some of that into the report. That was Simon's emphasis, but yeah, we did want to do within the neighborhood itself, not just the macro, but we did have just what is the local market look like.
Did you interview any local agents or brokers to see what the demand for rental properties in Lower Makefield is?
No, we.
Can you please repeat it? I'm glazing over. I'm losing it. Can you please repeat the question?
Oh no, I just asked if he interviewed any local agents or brokers.
So interviewing.
Sorry, I didn't get it again. You interrupted him. Please.
Sorry.
No problem. I just asked if he interviewed any local real estate agents or brokers to get a feel for what demand for rental properties in the market is.
We did not interview brokers. Simon contacted the residents, the managers at the properties themselves. He did not. We did not get a sense. We did not contact brokers.
What was the vacancy rate at the Edge?
I've got to go back and check. It wasn't super high. It's like they seem to fill up a lot of their places.
Around 5%, you think? Does that sound about right?
That would be quite, if they were 5% would be quite favorable, and I have to go back and look at the numbers. But 5%, it wasn't like 50% vacancy, so that would have been front and center. But there was not 50%, but 5%. I can't honestly say.
All right, that's all I had, Fred. Thanks.
Thanks, James. Mr. Swanson, I just have one question. Did you look at the Wegmans mixed-use center up in Warrington?
No, we tried to get a handle for their mixed use. I mean, their formula is mixed use wherever they go. Like if you go around, that is sort of that is kind of their formula. So we didn't look specifically at them. Went to see, the one across the street in King of Prussia, which has the same formula. And if you look around, that is what they like to do, like the 6 units, 6 retail type places.
No, I understand. What I'm asking is, did you look at vacancy rates in those centers, rents in the residential sections compared to what and the DeLuca are doing?
No, not we can have Eric jot down that place. We could take a look at it because we did not look at that specific property.
And I'm sorry, where did you get the per capita income for Lower Makefield Township figure?
This is government. Do you want to check it? That was a government website. They have it, and it was.
What year was that from? And where?
Probably 2019, 2000. So it's relatively recent.
Okay, because I did a fast Google search, and census.gov gives the Lower Makefield Township per capita income of over $66,000.
They have there's different categories of what the income. So there's the workers, and there's the per capita income numbers.
This is the per capita income. That was $66,200
So
and some odd dollars.
All right, I could. So there's like Lower Makefield has some of the highest income earning people in the state of Pennsylvania. So their numbers are quite high. So if it was 60 as opposed to 45, that number that I gave you for the 1.3 and the 257,000, that would have to be increased. Your number you just gave me is about 25% higher. So the revenue for the grocery store would be 25% higher if the numbers that you say are correct.
Okay, that's fine with me. Thank you very much.
The 260 would go up.
Mr. Harris, do you have any questions for the witness?
Well, I have some sympathy for our court reporter at this hour. So I just have a couple. And to follow up on the question of, who commissioned this study, I wanted to ask a related question. Who's paying for it?
I don't think that's part of this, Steve.
Who's paying for it?
Steve, I don't think that's part of this.
Well, there's testimony about what the effects on other businesses might be. There's a question of in here in terms of bias and potential bias in this report based upon who may be paying for it. I think that's a very relevant question for this board to hear the answer.
Can I answer that? So the answer is, I don't know, other than Larry Borda, who, if he has any connection to any business at all. So I don't. So Larry Borda is part of a group that is paying me, and so whatever his disposition is, it's probably unfavorable to the project. I don't know if he is connected, or he's never told me anything about any connection to any projects. So in my own analysis and in Simon Akeem's analysis, we ourselves are unaware of any connection. There might be, but we don't know of any business that's there or that's not there that would influence. If there was one, it might influence Larry Borda. But I can say, I personally have no idea, other than say Larry Borda, where the money is coming from.
You said early on that you looked for corroborating evidence, but after you made that statement, I heard you say the word speculative. This is only speculative. This is speculative. All of what's happening with COVID is speculative. We don't know what's happening with vaccines. It's speculative. Isn't it a fact that your opinions are just speculating on what may or may not happen as we go forward in this project. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely, that's correct. I mean, when I said it's speculative, I was trying to be honest. But you're right. Point taken.
I wasn't accusing you of being dishonest, but
Yeah.
There's nothing here that we can look at and say, yeah, that's grounded in what's going to happen, or that's grounded in corroborating facts. You're speculating on what might be the worst case, correct?
A
possibility.
Well, with respect to the Wegmans, that number that we tried to give we tried to give the most likely number for, forgetting COVID, forgetting anything else, just the most likely number for the Wegmans revenue. That number was most likely in the event that Wegmans happens. For the retail operations, what I call the $100,000 in annual revenue, yes, that's speculative. I don't know what retail operation is going to come in, and if it's a strong one, it's going to be more. If it's a weak one, a nail salon, it might be less. And you're right, I don't know. With respect to what's happening with respect to the apartments, if they nail it and if they're able to get the 2,600, they would be able to keep the children small, which means school district costs low, and they would be able to generate the revenue, at least for the property values for that number. But yes, so speculative is most, if there's the highest degree of uncertainty with respect to the apartment revenue and the number of children.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any other comments or questions from the board? Mr. Goldberg, you want to call your next witness? We'll swear him in.
Yeah, I think, Simon, I don't know if you can hear me, but I think Charlie covered all of the components of the economic report at this stage.
Okay.
Okay. Then I guess the next witness is somebody who I'm not sure if he's in the room yet or not, Gordon Meth.
This is your traffic consultant?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes, Ms. Lally.
I need a 5-minute bathroom break and I need to get some water.
All right, let's recess for 5 minutes. No problem.
give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Mr. Goldberg.
Sure. Gordon, as has previously been discussed, we're not going into the background. Everybody's being accepted as expert witness. You had a chance to look at this from the perspective of a traffic engineer, and do you have any comments regarding what you saw for the proposal?
Yes, I do. And given the lateness of the hour, I'll try to be brief and leave it for questions. But rather than review my whole report. But my understanding is what the Board of Supervisors is specifically being asked to do in this case is to approve overlay zoning, different zoning for an area to potentially facilitate a proposed development. Now, this development is actually in front of you, so you've managed to look at it and see it. And I will say that part of the analysis showed that there are some problems in the area and there is an improvement on the table, which is commendable. But notwithstanding that, just looking at the fundamentals of what's changing, you have a zone that in the current configuration, probably less than 40% of the area that's covered by it was subject to a previous approval, first for office space, then for a warehouse facility. And there's a remainder of the lot that could be developed under current zoning in its highest and best use as office space. So traffic that is generated in peak hours, the morning and the afternoon peak hour, and directed more than 80% towards the bypass and presumably a fair amount of it to 295. Now the proposal is to put in here a mixed-use development. That mixed-use development is based on the analysis I prepared and even the testimony of Mr. Williams would lead to a substantial increase in traffic in the aggregate. The magnitude of this development is that it will generate, depending on how it's calculated, once you take out the internalized trips, that means the trips that never leave the street that just go between uses, and the pass-by trip, meaning not new traffic that's already in the area, you're still talking about a number of trips that are 700 to 900 extra vehicles in the evening and Saturday peak hours, particularly the Saturday. But now to put that in context from an understanding standpoint, that equates for an arterial road, if all the traffic's going in one direction, to be almost a lane of traffic, one lane worth. So now within that context, there are guidelines that tell you how to define a study area. Now, some of the study area in this case was obvious, but there are some other areas that aren't. Specifically, the guidelines that PennDOT references in their own standards for preparing traffic studies says that for any development, any retail development over 100,000 square feet, or any development generating more than 500 trips, that you should look at every signalized intersection within 2 miles. Now, that doesn't mean there'll be an impact there, but you look at it to determine if there is or not. So some of the areas that I'm very concerned that have not been addressed, one in particular is Township Line Road by Big Oak Road, just barely in Lower Makefield Township or right around the border. However, the southbound direction has a stop sign and there's a rail grade crossing there. This development, based on the numbers within the McMahon study, actually will increase the traffic in peak hours on that section of road by 10%. Okay, with that development. So I think that it's very critical that you look at intersections that could fail. Another road that potentially, another area that is particularly of interest, I think, would be Lindenhurst. And part of the reason is 25% of the traffic from the site, or in the neighborhood of 200 trips on weekends, is predicted to be heading to generically to the west on Bypass Road. A good portion of that will potentially head up Lindenhurst Road. That's a single lane road, has some traffic signals. Maybe it's not a problem, maybe it is, the traffic. but it hasn't been studied. Now, the other thing is that if you look at the traffic study prepared by Mr. Williams, or the McMahon study, the market area they've looked at for the supermarket where they took traffic from was a 7-mile radius. And I'm only talking about traffic signals within 2 miles. Now, obviously, things dissipate the further out you get. So, number one, I don't know, I don't believe that a sufficient area has been looked at. I will tell you that the areas that have been looked at should have been looked at and are impact, and 2 of the intersections most proximate to the site were impacted. The analysis showed it, and solutions have been developed for those. So that's really I think the biggest issue with this site. I guess the other issue is if you looked at the development if you looked at the development under the current zoning, I think looking at it, I think you'd find that you would not necessarily have to add that 3rd eastbound lane. I mean, it would not work as well as the projected level of service, but you could make it work in magnitudes that are no worse than existing by just adding a double left to the intersection of Stony Hill Road and the bypass. I think anything else I have to say is, well, I guess the other issue that was already discussed and asked very well about was sort of conflicts with Stony Brook Farm, an existing use that generates a lot of traffic on weekends and evenings in holiday periods. And you've got a development that the as of right development would not generate traffic generally during those periods, but the proposed use will. I think what you're going to find with this proposed development, one of the major changes is that Saturday traffic flows will substantially change in this corridor. I've driven this corridor on a Saturday. It's relatively, as long as it's not an event time for Stony Brook Farms, it's actually, traffic flows fairly well on Saturdays now, but things will change substantially with this development. 70% of the traffic from this proposed development is associated with the supermarket. So really with that, I think I'm going to wrap up, Eric, unless you have any direct questions you want to direct to me.
Yeah, I just have something I wanted to ask you about. The applicant's proposal for traffic improvements talks about how they are potentially going to make an adjustment make an improvement to have 2 right-hand turn lanes off the I-95 southbound or whatever. I'm not sure if it's 95 or 295 these days, but I know it as the I-95 southbound going onto Newtown Richboro Road. Right now it's 1 and they're proposing 2, correct?
They're proposing 2, but they're also proposing a change in how it operates. So there's the current configuration, the right turns are under stop control. Now, they've analyzed it and showed that it's problematic, particularly in the evening peak hour. What I will also say is that the zoning as of right, without the overlay zoning, will generate very little traffic inbound in the evening peak hour on that ramp, because it's more office type use, so it's more outbound traffic in the evening. So it's going different directions. I will say when you put it through by putting that movement through an intersection or through a signalized intersection with a double right, invariably you're probably not going to be able to allow right turns on red. That means you're actually introducing a situation where everybody 24/7 has to stop and wait for the light to go green, whether there's traffic or not. And when they do, it's going to, there's already a signal there, so it's not like it's going to change flow on the bypass road. But the point is, you're making a fundamental change for the sake of 5 hours a week.
And obviously that would be inconvenient the other 23 hours.
And on weekends, yes.
Okay. Also, are there any other alternatives that could maybe be used to improve that right-hand turn off of 95 onto Newtown Richboro besides the double right with the signal?
Well, I would say that part of it part of the reason why you need to do the signal and the double right is that the proposal actually has a lot of traffic that will be making a right off the ramp and then making an immediate left onto Stony Hill Road. All right. So in a very short area. So you kind of need the signal to give people the chance to get over instead of having to cross lanes to get into the left turn lanes. Some of the traffic does that now, but not necessarily all of it. If you did not change the zoning, if you kept it as is, and you didn't have that situation, that movement could be improved by giving a little, sometimes acceleration lane, modifying the geometry slightly, setting up the signal to create gaps for it by putting an over, like a detectors on the ramp. So if it backs up past a certain point, you just make the signal red for conflicting traffic, that sort of thing. It's called a force-off loop that's used fairly frequently for freeway ramps in congested areas to flush them. So there are other options that could be used if you did not increase the amount of traffic in the PM peak hour that was coming off this ramp.
No further questions.
Okay, I'll open it up to board questions.
I have no questions.
Mr. Grenier?
Sure. Mr. Meth, how are you?
Good, thank you.
This early morning hour. I guess I'll ask a couple basic questions like I asked the good professor there earlier. And I think it's on your report. I just have it open in front of me. Who commissioned or paid for your report?
The person who retained me was Larry Borda. I believe I'm also retained by Dobby Dobson. But
okay, same two gentlemen that retained the Temple professors for their study. Okay,
correct.
All right, and then let's see. So, are you? So we've had. I don't know if you've. Where is he? If you've worked with Mr. Fiacco or familiar with Mr. Fiacco and/or Mr. Williams in the past, I was perusing your LinkedIn resume. So I see that you have lots of involvement in ITE, which is
yes,
transportation engineers. That's what a lot of people do. I know you didn't go through your resume before. So I'm wondering. We heard from Mr. Williams. We heard from Mr. Fiacco that they feel that this not only meets but exceeds not only township but PennDOT and ITE requirements and guidelines for the study, not only the studies done, but even more so for the improvements proposed. It sounds like you're in disagreement with that. If I misunderstood that, I apologize. But if you could elaborate as to why you have that disagreement with the two of these gentlemen.
Well, okay. Coming up with a study area, there's judgment call that goes into it. Some jurisdictions, I will admit, just because you've already looked at my LinkedIn CV, so you probably know, most of my time has been spent in New Jersey, not Pennsylvania. There, the state DOT actually gets down to the point of having you trace traffic until you get below a certain number everywhere, every direction. But then as soon as you get off the state road, they stop caring. Okay, they just say, that's not my problem. We don't deal with that. So scoping a study there's a process. And I will say that some municipalities in New Jersey actually go so far as to say that we analyze every intersection where at least 25 new trips are at it. Why? Because township roads are usually smaller than state roads. So less traffic can create an impact. All right. 50 trips is a number. 100 trips is another number that's been published for a long time in ITE. Now, the 2-mile radius is a table introduced in the guidelines produced by ITE for producing traffic impact studies. And it's a 2010 edition, and they added this nice table that kind of told you the general guidelines on how far you should be looking. And that's where I get my reference to 2 miles for signalized intersections and 1 mile for unsignalized intersections.
Understood. Now, have you, and I won't hold it against you that you spent time in New Jersey, honestly. So do I. Did you review the traffic study against, let's say, PennDOT requirements, or were you strictly going off of ITE and your own professional experience?
Well, PennDOT in its requirements specifically cites that within it, that it references the ITE publication I just mentioned as the source for how to define the scope of study. So they actually mention it in their standards. But my understanding is, having talked to people that do a lot of traffic studies in Pennsylvania, is that they don't always go by that. They usually go by intersections they know are going to be issues that they want to look at, that they know will be impacted, areas of concern. And sometimes they make you trace 100 trips to whatever intersections you add 100 trips to. And that's the general process they follow. But here's the thing. The traffic study as presented, look, technically, I find it a very credible, well-analyzed report, except for maybe a couple of differences of opinion I find. The biggest which is the scope of the study area, but and another one regarding trip generation. However, it's a quantification of numbers and charts. It doesn't talk about or consider, because the role of a traffic engineer is really not to set policy. The role of a traffic engineer is to advise the governing bodies about impacts one way or the other, right? So it doesn't really address the issue of a change of the character of traffic from something that's more weekday to weekend.
No, I appreciate that as someone who has to rely upon these items. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like this is a reliable study for us, but based on the science that's out there. But you would have some recommendations for some additional study to make it that much stronger. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, to make sure that there's not an unintended impact downstream that's being created somewhere. Okay. Now, I know that your area of concern that 2-mile radius crosses the municipal line. The site's not that far from the municipal line, goes into adjacent municipalities. However, I'm sure that as Board of Supervisors, if your neighbor decided to put a really big development next to your border and didn't give any consideration to your town, you would probably take exception.
We do like to work as one large community here and try and get things done. Be cognizant of that, so I appreciate that. Otherwise, when you looked at the study, obviously there are lots of different improvements going on. There's still a lot to occur relative to PennDOT reviews and the nitty-gritty details of ingress and egress and the right-of-ways and whatnot, how things get built and alignments, etc. But when you look at that, I'm always curious about. There's a lot of references to Shady Brook across the board. Not our board. Probably the wrong word to use here. But generally speaking, there are a lot of references to Shady Brook, and their light show and other events that they have and whatnot. In your experience with sites that essentially serve a role as an entertainment venue that have these large events, would you think it would be on a new proposed development to accommodate them, or would you think that it would be the responsibility of the venue to accommodate their own users to alleviate the traffic and what the load that they're putting on the system?
I think when it comes to uses like that or anything of that sort, the issue is, and this often happens whenever zoning changes or whatever, that anything that existed before you change the zoning was okay, was acceptable. If it's acceptable, then the onus is on any new applicant to make sure they're not creating an adverse impact, regardless of when, where, or how, on the existing conditions. So to the extent that Shady Brook Farms did not require any permits to do what they do and any approval process, you have to take it for given that it's there. And that's the base condition under which you have to analyze.
I appreciate that. And then given the proposed improvements, do you think there will be a net improvement or benefit to Shady Brook if these improvements are implemented? Versus existing conditions, of course.
I really have to tell you that I don't know, because it depends on the nature of it. And I haven't studied specifically Stony Brook Farm or Shady Brook Farm, sorry, and what they do with their light show. Because you know what? The intersections could be as big as they want. But if there's a restriction on how many cars can get in at a time and that backs up and the queuing goes onto the public street, then the traffic flow is not regular. It changes it. And the funny thing is, when you analyze bottlenecks and you look at situations like this, I've spent my career analyzing bottlenecks, okay, very severe ones. What happens is it all boils down to what is the rate at which people leave that bottleneck and flow out. And if there's a delay on it, like if you're going through a toll booth or you're, or you have to give a ticket to get into a concert venue or something, or you're trying to leave a concert venue and you have every single parking aisle going into one road and only one exit lane with, shall we say, a traffic signal that comes up once every minute at the end of it, that's going to define the traffic operations. And I have not studied Shady Brook Farms light shows and whatnot. So I don't know how that, all I know is, having looked at their website, realized the schedule of how frequently it occurs, and had my client and my attorney tell me firsthand knowledge that it's I guess the technical term they used was nightmare. That's all I have to go on. So, but I can also tell you that given the nature of when those events occur, that the existing zoning will have minimal impact on that. Full development under existing zoning. But the proposed overlay zone will substantially change that.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. Grenier. Mr. McCartney, do you have any comments, questions for Mr. Muth?
No questions at this time, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, you brought up Lindenhurst Road, and part of the challenge here in analyzing the different traffic studies is there's a lot of stuff going on. Right now, the Delaware River Joint Toll Bridge Commission is completing the Scudder's Fall Bridge, and part of that is to increase the volume that is being able to take from 332 over into New Jersey. And the value of that for residents is that it reduces traffic, presumably on Woodside and Quarry Road, which are offshoots of Lindenhurst. Is your concern that mitigation will be hampered by this new development?
My concern is that they haven't been looked at within the context of this analysis and change in zoning. Okay. I have no specific concern about them other than having reviewed them, looked at them, realized that Lindenhurst Road is a one-lane road. There's not even turn lanes on it, and it's got traffic signals. An intersection falls apart real quick if there's suddenly a lot of turning movements and there's no turn lane.
Okay, so you're just saying that we haven't analyzed that. And I would concur, and I would also say that there's other elements that the challenge with this is there's a lot of moving parts. Given what's occurring in the area, it's difficult to parse out the impact of any one of those. I think my hunch, and I'm just for the record, because I know a lot of people are online, I'm not a traffic engineer and I don't play one on TV, but some of the challenges with weekday peak traffic, right, are not going to be necessarily issues with the grocery store component, but would be issues with respect to the residents of the apartments who would be going in and out. I'm almost of the mind that the Lindenhurst situation wouldn't necessarily be a problem, but I'm not 100% certain of that. And there's other things that lead me to think that if there's a Wawa near there, that it could be. But it's hard for me to parse that out, right? There's a lot of factors here I can't say yes or no on, right?
If I can address one aspect of what you just said,
Mm-hmm.
the traffic study prepared by McMahon says that assumes 25% of the traffic from the commercial components of the site, meaning the supermarket and the retail, are going to go to the west of Stony Hill Road. And the question is, how much of that is going up Lindenhurst and how much is continuing on the bypass? And I will say that the model where they showed where everybody lives shows a whole lot of people up Lindenhurst. So there's a magnitude of trip issue as well as the fact that it's got potentially limited capacity.
Okay. And I'm guessing I'm looking now at the Yardley Newtown Road, Lindenhurst, and there is, at that point, there's still 4 lanes and there are turning lanes there, right? So presumably, yeah, I understand the question is, would Lindenhurst pack up because it's a single lane each way, right? Is that your concern?
Yeah, I'm not so much concerned from what I've seen and
Okay.
based on no analysis of the bypass and Lindenhurst Road. I'm concerned about going up Lindenhurst Road and the 3 traffic signals you have further up the road. Meaning at Quarry, at Church, at Twill Lane.
Yep. Quarry and Woodside. Is Woodside? Yeah, Woodside's.
I'm sorry, Woodside rather than Church.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. I know we're at advanced time, and I'll yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Blunty?
Nope,
Did I get everybody?
no questions.
Questions? Ms. McCarty, did I already ask you?
You did.
It's just getting late. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Meth. Mr. Fiacco, can you add any context to why you agreed to the McMahon study? And in light of Mr. Meth's testimony, do you have any changes or modifications to what your opinion is in your report?
Well, I just wanted to ask Mr. Meth, do you know what an Act 209 study is?
Isn't an Act 209 study a impact fee?
It's the only legal way for a municipality to assess a developer for their off-site impacts.
For their off-track impacts, correct.
So in Pennsylvania, in order to have off-site improvements required by a municipality or to have any contributions towards it from the municipal level, you need to have an Act 209 study completed. So the municipality is required to do a township-wide traffic study, look at the impacts, and that was done in Lower Makefield Township, and the developers proposed impacts for the impact fee purposes is less than $2 million. So asking the developer to analyze 16 more intersections really is the role of PennDOT if they feel it's necessary. It's not even, within the realms of the township to ask them to go beyond the site to look for off-site, to address off-site intersections. So it's quite different in New Jersey, but Pennsylvania, the law is quite clear. And as a municipal entity, you're limited to require off-site improvements.
But PennDOT could come back and say, we need to go to Lindenhurst.
Right. PennDOT has the opportunity and will, in fact, tell this developer at the end of the day, PennDOT's going to tell this developer if they need to go and take a look at each and every intersection that Mr. Meth suggested that they needed to analyze.
Does that have any bearing on the ordinance, the overlay ordinance? Excuse me, it's getting late.
I know PennDOT's going to be looking at absolute impacts to intersections, And again, Stony Hill Road is a state highway. The Newtown bypass is a state highway. So these are all under the jurisdiction of PennDOT. And PennDOT, if PennDOT is concerned about, Lindenhurst Road, for example, a state highway, PennDOT will require that to be analyzed and, if appropriate, have them mitigate.
If I may, Mr. Weiss, keep in mind, this is only a zoning amendment. Has nothing to do with land development, which has a whole separate review process.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Kirk. I appreciate that. Mr. Harris, do you have any questions for Mr. Meth?
Mercifully, no. I thought, the bottom line is, PennDOT's going to tell us what the hell to do. So I respect his testimony, and we'll see what PennDOT says.
Okay. Mr. Goldberg, do you have any other witnesses or questions for your last witness?
No, just move into the record, the two exhibits.
Objection.
We'll make a motion to accept the two exhibits.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second, Ms. Bundy. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Thank you very much. If there are no other testimony, I'll make a motion to recess. Actually, I don't think we need a motion to recess. Ms. Kirk, we're good? You're mute. You're mute.
Sorry, yes, we are. I just want to remind everybody then the next hearing open for public comment. No further testimony would be August 31st at 6:30 p.m.
Okay, so this meeting is in recess until August 31st at 6:30. Thank you for your perseverance, and I appreciate every minute. And have a good morning, and we'll see each other soon. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good morning.
Good morning.